My chairman's report is going to be very. Email one.
No, so it's just done. Okay, we have no subcommittee reports, so we will go straight to. We have a couple of updates tonight in terms of the process of sorting through budget consideration, timelines, legal obligations, and how our work over the next few weeks aligns with both special for notification of layoff features and end of year requirement to have a budget in place, which is likely we won't have a time that facilitates either one of those. So
the last meeting,
I think the microphone is giving a little reverb, but let's listen for it. Sorry to pause. At the last meeting, you approved the retainment of special counsel to advise on municipal finance law. As we had told you, we had that freed up based on recommendations from two different attorneys who worked with our labor attorney and our bond counsel. So we executed that agreement and asked some preliminary questions. They will be here on June 6th to brief the board directly. But what we can report from our initial conversation is this and these are things you should have in mind tonight as you take input and start to consider our next steps. On advice of council, which they'll reaffirm on the 6th, it's in our best interest for there to be two town meetings to affirm the next stage budget. There was a scenario in 2012 where there was a failed override and we did a revision of the budget downward to meet the higher budget that had been passed at town meetings. And there was mutual agreement with the towns that that would be accepted and the 45-day wait period would be met, and then we would have an official budget. I think the assessment at this time is that there's considerable, there are different variables at play and a considerable different climate in which we're working. So I think their recommendation will be that we encourage both towns to proceed. It'll be the town's ultimate decision on what they do. We also in that conversation did hear that we believe if we go on to or have need to go to the joint town meeting, that any decision there would be binding and it wouldn't be necessary for that decision to be necessary for another override for that decision to be enacted. Although it may be necessary for one of the towns to conduct an override to fund their budget. So it would be an action that forces the budget and leaves the town in the position of having to determine the funding mechanism. If they use reserves, if they make cuts, if they go out for another operational override for the town, that would be a decision that is on them to make. So I think that's something very important to consider as we're thinking about the stakes of going to a joint town meeting.
Do you want questions now or?
Yeah, we'll answer this again. I'm just trying to
share the possible report that we have.
I'm wondering if we had clarity on if we send back a new budget to both towns, it goes to a town meeting in both towns, and it's an in-person town meeting. Does Essex also then have to go back to the ballot if that newly proposed budget also requires an override?
That could be an option for them at town meeting. That would be an option for Essex to, if you return, I guess you're taking the assumption that you return the budget unchanged or.
I'm not assuming anything.
It's
It's
just
just
assuming it's which they still may not have revenue to meet it.
So
So for the purpose of this group, you're going to decide on a level of budget to be returned to the towns, then the towns need to wrestle with, not that we shouldn't try to collaborate, but the towns then need to wrestle with how are they going to fund it. So a budget for the town of Essex, they could, just what we're going to do over the next 2 weeks, they could think about reductions in other areas in the school. They could think about using reserves to create a 1-year bridge. They could consider increase once again.
Somebody's turning it on.
I'm muting.
So this isn't on.
I'll also fix up audio.
Right.
Right, but that's intentional. So it's actually sensible.
Speaker on that one.
Should be.
Okay.
Can the people online hear us all right?
Yes.
And we can hear you. Okay, so let me try to shorthand that response. It will be Manchester and Essex will determine their course of action on how to structure the funding of the budget when it arrives to them, and that will determine what their ask is at the meeting. So it's a maybe.
I think to that point, it does matter for our thinking though, because it makes a difference as to the strategy wise, if what we decide to move forward with it, if it means another override ask, that is different than if it doesn't. And so I think it's
Well, I
a
think it
valuable question. to understand.
Specifically, if it means an
Yes.
override ask that has to go to a ballot
Right.
vote versus it did pass at town meeting, so.
Will we be asking the Essex town,
No, go ahead.
to, bundle the field, 400K in this vote together? Or not in this, the same meeting, I should say.
Potentially. So I will have, we've gotten a lot of inputs this week, so I have an overview of the 516 budget, which we're hearing inputs on tonight, but also a compromise concept to
Yeah.
float, seeing as we have a group coming in and people online. It would be great to get some initial feedback on that as well. If we had 4 months, we could do a 516 and then a compromise budget hearing separately, but I think at this point in time, we are running against the end of the year clock. And the sooner we can come to resolution, the better.
Yeah.
So with that being said, you'll see that the compromise budget does link some outcomes to the turf fields, and we do have an update on that as well.
In worst case scenario, if we ended up at a joint town meeting, I just want to make sure I understood what you said about council's advice. At the joint town meeting, if the budget were approved, it would force Essex to fund the budget that was approved in whatever manner.
That was my understanding from our
chose.
conversation, and he will be here on the 6th to answer directly to that. But yes. Yeah. So on the fields. I'm gonna let Avi take it because he's been more involved in the details of this, the financing structure, and you can speak.
Sure. I think what we talked about previously, I think we had a presentation on March 7th where we went through the entire budget strategy as we understood it at that time. Obviously, there have been some changes since then. But what we provided at the time was information that we had from bond counsel, which talked about the statutory general law requirements and how that works for authorization. And so our preliminary conversation, we know that Town of Essex sought special town council and got an opinion from them that said that we have to adhere to the provision in the regional agreement that says both towns have to vote, which is essentially could be viewed in conflict with the Mass General Law stipulation, which is that school committee approves. Towns have the right but not the obligation to vote, and if they don't, it becomes effective after 60 days. And so their read is that we've met the statutory obligation, while there could be perceived to be a conflict with the regional agreement. When you have statute versus a contract, generally speaking, the law prevails. So in that situation, it seems like we would have the ability to borrow, but obviously we have a disagreement in place. And so there's a legal issue and political issue, which are two different issues. So that's the update there, which is kind of reaffirms the path that we went down initially.
So just to be clear for everyone here, because I'm not sure who paid attention last night, but the Board of Selectmen in Essex have retained their own interpretation of this. They retained counsel to have an interpretation that does differ. So not only do we have a political difference, but we have legal counsel differing in their opinion. With any luck, it won't come to having to work that. But
Yeah, so
but just to be aware that.
yeah, we sought special counsel input
Yeah.
because we had gotten that input from the town of Essex.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't move forward with our March 7th plan until we had, been given advice from council. Once we got that, we got a secondary council opinion from a different council. So we essentially have got two opinions at that point.
So if the three councils, it sounds like they are involved now with three different opinions or two. So then what's the next step? That's question number one. Number two is, the funding aside, Island is starting June, right? Okay. And then,
Correct.
and then Brook Street, we're just waiting for this to pass. And then we'll start.
Waiting to resolve.
Resolve.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And so in terms of next steps, I think you've outlined them as it relates to the fields, but it really dives into what we're talking about tonight from budgetary standpoint.
In the, because this operating needs to resolve, we need to understand the direction we're going with spending out reserves. If we're gonna try, if one of the proposals in your deliberation is to use the $790,000 to close the gap, and make absolutely no cuts, that's a significant reduction to that 3.4 million reserves. Then if we're then obligated for the fields, that's another 1.2. So we're gonna decline faster than we're already projecting. So it's not to say we aren't committed to the field. I just think we need to get some ducks in a row before we execute, work.
Makes sense.
That's that.
Probably before we go to the public hearing.
Shouldn't we go over the compromise, budget first before the public hearing?
I thought we were gonna do that in,
I can do it all together in the introduction, so we do it once. That's okay?
and we will have, so maybe so the committee knows, I sent out an email today, but we will have a chance to comment at the end after all the public too will be able to chat about this and recap and share our thoughts as well.
It's more to conserve time. I'm afraid if we start now at 10:15 of,
Yeah.
we're not gonna have the full complement of people who'll be here. I mean, they're gonna want to know what we're.
They're gonna walk in.
Do you have a specific question about percent?
No, I would like to, I think a group discussion is probably helpful before we take public discussions, just
I
to,
mean, you can certainly kick the tires, so maybe it's worth saying, and I'll say it to the group, but for this group, it's both of those budgets are templates to work from for us. I mean, the cuts respond to the question of, are we addressing enrollment, right? So I think we went into the budget with a measured approach to reducing staffing to meet enrollment decline, right? So we have reduced positions annually since FY19. Elementary classrooms, elementary librarian, elementary technology, merging those positions. So we have been slowly approaching it in a measured way. We took many inputs during the budget season that there was concern about the small class sizes at the high school, particularly classes under 10, and that we should be doing more to attend to that and to understand it. We tried to make the argument, not convincingly, clearly, that they are an intentional carry to provide access and opportunity to either starting courses, end of pathway courses, high-end electives like AP. That did not resonate. There was a feeling that information we were reporting wasn't accurate, wasn't sufficient. We took that to heart with a failed override. So the cuts are cuts that have been studied by the high school principal and offered in response to the perception that we are not addressing small class size at the high school. I'll speak to the whole group when they're here. I think it's been very validated in our initial position, which is this is a feature that people care deeply about in our district, and they're willing for us to invest dollars in that area, even though on a spreadsheet, it may not look the most compelling. And I think that's kind of what that cut package is intended to do, because if we are going to move to a position where we're looking at class size limits, this is the impact that it will have annually. Also, when we do cut reductions, we start with elective opportunities, so non-required courses, and all of those electives fit into the want to have, good to have, but not required to have bucket. So I'll speak more to that in a little bit, but.
do we have questions? Can I ask a question if you have time? Sure. So the compromise version, so the 2 weeks ago, the cut version is like
So I just want to find out, nobody can hear us at this point?
Should I?
That's all right.
You
We're
can
on
use
the,
that
oh,
microphone.
No, that's not all right, because it's a public meeting.
I wasn't,
That's all.
Joe, why don't we,
Go back to my side.
Do you want to start there?
well, we have to wait till 6 to start the public hearing.
But we're in public session right now, right?
Yes, we're in
Oh.
public session. Yes.
I think if anybody was about not being able to hear.
Oh, so we don't. Yeah.
A regular school committee meeting, but the public hearing starts.
So my question is, the 2 weeks ago, like the, it's more, so the 2 weeks ago, the version is more drastic. Is that the 800, like $781,000 fine. But today's version, the compromise, that you're gonna present, I mean, the 2 weeks ago is gonna impact the programs, the whole lot of different things like the arts and French and all that stuff. But
Yep.
today's potentially, all those savings are from attritions and other things. So little to none programmatic change to the students, yes?
there's programmatic change and there's a slight escalation of class size, but I think it's one we can manage.
Yeah.
Most of these attrition notifications came in after we finished our work on 321. But I think here's the big but.
Yeah.
The big but is the two budgets are structured very differently. One is back to using reserves to make up a significant portion of the gap. So when we start next, it will feel good in the moment, like, it feels good in the moment to say we've
Short-term solution.
solved, solved the problem for this year in those classes and go forward. But if there's still not commitment to investing in that way,
Yeah.
and there isn't a resolution on the apportionment issue, we're going to start next year's budget with a $915,000 gap projected at this point. So everything that's on the list now will probably come back on the list in another form. We're not solving the problem, we're giving ourselves more of a timeline for solution.
But even the short-term solution, to people's concern that they will still be French, there'll still be arts, there'll still be music.
For FY 24.
That's right.
Can I,
Now,
If that's what
can I
we go-
interject and
If
say,
that's
I
what you
think
got.
that we should, I would like to make a motion to recess until 6 o'clock, because I think that I want you to have a chance to ask your questions, but I think that the answers that we're getting into are going to be of general interest, and I want everybody to be able to hear the answers.
We're in the public
I'll second.
session already.
But nobody can hear us, especially as people come in. I just mean as more and more people come in and continue talking, anyone who could hear us isn't going to be able to hear us anyway.
Okay.
And it's 5:52 now, so.
So there was a second, any discussion? All in favor? Okay. So we are in recess until 6 o'clock.
Or are you moving on?
Something you've seen.
Just want to make sure I'm not losing time.
No, I'm gonna do this.
Banana.
We are glad.
Oh, you have to set off like show them.
Teresa, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Can you guys unmute yourself live in person, please?
I'm checking the noise. I was saying. I was told three steps forward.
This one's all.
Want to try stand it? That's right.
Sometimes
So-
your speaker also,
It's been fixed.
yeah, so it could be. How are you at home now?
Want to try again?
Here it's at home.
Is that mic on now?
It's on, it's not.
Can folks at home hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, they can hear us at home.
They can hear some.
Yes.
Yes, but you will need to speak, you'll need to be louder, so would use the mic.
No, it will. I think,
All right, Chris, we're in great shape, other than that mic.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, great.
All right.
You want to check one more time with them?
We're checking at home. Can you hear us at home?
Yep.
We
thumbs
got
up.
thumbs up.
All right,
We can
great.
hear here, we can hear at home. Great. I'm not going to go through that whole thing again. People at home, I'm sorry that you couldn't hear us in advance. But we just went through the overview of how this is going to go. And currently we're reminding everyone that that time, just to be respectful of one another's time, we are going to prioritize our in-person speakers. So we will take all of our input from people here before we invite people online at home to offer their input. And as I was saying, this is different from school committee meeting, not only in that there's not so much of a time limit, but also you are allowed to engage back and forth with the committee and with Pam and with Avi if you have questions or concerns that you'd like addressed in real time. That's the point of a public hearing, as opposed to just coming and making public comment. You have the opportunity to do that. And I'd also like to just say that at the end of the meeting, we will have an opportunity after we close public comment to have the committee make comments and share our thoughts and engage in a little bit of dialogue as well. Remembering that all viewpoints are welcome here. I've heard from a few people who are really concerned about that. And I just want to make it very clear that we're here to listen to input from the public, which is comprised of people with all different kinds of viewpoints. And so we're interested in hearing it. Thanks for being here. And with that, I'll turn the time over to Pam.
Okay, I'm gonna try this in the middle. Hopefully this works. Thank you, everyone, for turning out tonight. I am going to try to make up a little bit of time by when I take you through a quick overview of where we are with the budget and what we're hoping to hear from you about tonight.
Pam, sorry, we're still in recess. We have to call back in.
Okay.
Calling back into session the May 23rd, 2003 meeting of the Manchester Essex Regional School Committee. Back into session. Thank you.
Okay, thanks again for coming tonight. And I want to thank everybody, regardless of the input that you shared this week. It was heartening to get 75 to 100 emails sharing perspective. And I have to say, a lot of validation for some of the assumptions we made when building our original budget in terms of what we thought we knew, as determined through some of our strategic planning work and just our ongoing relationship with our parent community. I think we were validated in some of the assumptions we made when we built our original 321 budget. But we're here tonight because we have some problem-solving work to do. As you know, we presented a budget to the towns. We presented a budget to the towns, the 321 budget was the official budget of the school district sent to the towns after our 321 meeting. That budget attempted to manage a lot of things. It attempted to manage the reduction of revenues, reserves as revenue in the budget, which we'll talk a little bit about in a minute. It also attempted to provide resources to fulfill obligations and priority work within our strategic plan. And within it, we also are trying to very thoughtfully manage what we know to be declining enrollment. The original budget included 4 reductions, an FTE, a classroom teacher.
Are they on behalf of a business? Yes.
A classroom teacher from Memorial School, a SPED teacher, and a couple of other positions which are just escaping me right now. But needless to say, we took some reductions in staff to manage enrollment decline. But there was a lot of investment in there in what we think is valuable to everyone, which is investment in the breadth and scope of our program and an attempt to maintain class size. Inputs that we heard throughout budget season, there's a lot of voice of concern around the class sizes at the high school level, particularly around our elective program. So the budget that we presented on 560 attempts to address some of those concerns. So where are we tonight? We are looking to solve an operational budget alignment problem. So the budget that we proposed that we thought was balanced and thoughtful remains our recommendation, but we have a responsibility now to work with the resources that we have at hand. And the resources that we have at hand, to our knowledge, is the amount of money that was approved at both town meetings, which is $781,000 deficit to our budget at this point in time today. How do we get to $781,000 when we only lost an override for $289,000? We're a regional school district. We sit as our own municipality. So our budget needs to run through an apportionment formula that, when worked through, divides the money between the two towns, divides expenses between the two towns. So to achieve a $298,000 reduction to the bill sent to Essex, we need to reduce our entire budget by $781,000 to process through apportionment. So it's really close to triple the problem to solve, which means we're cutting things we don't need to cut just to get to a number to satisfy the constraints of Essex. And they're really constraints, and it's a problem that we need to solve. So we're here tonight because we have to make reductions or revisions to the budget. So that brings us to 516. I'm going to say again what I said on 516. We believe in the budget. We think it's sound. We think it's responsible. We think it addresses enrollment in a responsible way. What we presented on 516 and what has gotten a lot of people's attention is what we'll need to do in terms of our program reduction in order to meet the financial constraint before us. Where we are tonight is 3 to 4 years in the making. So the reduction package of 516 is not only attempting to deal with the reality of now, but the reality of next year and the year after. So why such drastic cuts, and why drastic cuts in program? Why the student-facing pieces? Because the student-facing pieces right now are presenting as the issue at hand in the area that people want us to attend to. We have a difference. I think we have a difference of opinion about where to invest. We're hoping that you can help us better understand where we should go on that issue tonight. This chart attempts to show you we're doing well. That's good. What this chart attempts to show you is the 3 versions of the budget we have presented to date. The original budget of 2.7, the adjustments made to the 321 budget. The 321 budget has some significant reductions because we were able to close a couple of big things in March. We successfully completed our negotiations with our teachers association. It was, I think, a great outcome for all. We were able to bring in a contract that is 4 years long and lives at 2.5, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5 for those 4 years, which is consistent with COLA raises in the 2 towns. So we thank META for their partnership. It was a long, multi-year negotiation. We negotiated all the way through COVID, but I think it was a positive outcome for all. And we'll be starting negotiations with our paraprofessionals for their first ever contract, hopefully in the coming weeks, at the latest in the fall. So this shows you a little bit about what happens to the numbers when they get passed through apportionment and assessment. So very quickly, we deal with three different terms that start to get used interchangeably but mean different things. So when you do your home budget, you know what your expenses, how they grow from year to year. So when we do our spending budget, our operating budget, we measure our spending increase. And this year, our spending increase is 2.85%. But our spending increase goes through a process by which we need to create an assessment for the towns. And the assessment is derived by our spending minus reserve revenue in from other sources. So chapter 70 money, that's the state allocation to schools, transportation money, things of that nature. So when you take the expenses and then you take out or other income in, we get the assessment rate to towns. That produces another percentage that we talk about. One way we've been able to keep our assessment rate lower, you'll see it's quite high this year, except in the 516 budget. It's high because one of the sources of revenue we were using is reserves, which is why you hear us talking about that that concept a lot. So we put money in to suppress the assessment to make the apportioned formula-driven bill to the towns come out lower and within the range that both communities felt that they could manage. We did that for 3 years straight. This year, we're trying to withdraw that money because we're on a cycle of expanding the problem. Every year, the amount of reserves we need to put in grows and takes away from our ability to concerns, things like Essex Elementary School. That's why the fields are part of this conversation, because there's a pull and tug about whether we should use the reserves to fund the fields or the reserves to fund the operating budget, or whether should we share financing. So you see there's this interplay of a lot of variables here. On 516, we made another reduction to the budget, this time all through cuts either through attrition or some what doesn't feel like what was intended to be some surgical reductions, 0.2s and 4s at the high school to address some of that size issue. The resulting budget is essentially a level funded budget, and that was the one that's been circulated and presented last week. Even the level funded budget, a budget that only grows 0.15%, still results in a significant apportionment increase for the town of Essex, and that's part of the problem we're trying to solve. You'll see that Manchester is only growing at just under 1% next year, but it inflates, and that's because over the past few years, there's been a shift in enrollment. If you were around for the bubble classes, you know our enrolling grew quite a bit. Well, most of the growth took place in Manchester, and now that's declining. So as that declines, Essex as a percentage of the district increases, even though the total number of kids is going down. So as that imbalance takes place, the apportionment number to Essex grows larger each year and it grows faster. So that presented a legitimate problem for them. This year, we went into an override after 3 years of discussion as to when would be the best time to arrive at a correction. We attempted it, it didn't work, so we're attempting to solve the problem with these budgets. I won't go point by point, I'm sure many of you have read this, but in a nutshell, the 516 budget fulfills our responsibility for finding a way to close the gap, address the concerns with high school class size, and live within the means of the finances that live within the constraint of the amount of money that was supported at those town meetings. It is not a budget that we feel positions us well for the future. It's not a budget that we feel helps us achieve any of the goals on our strategic plan. I don't think they become impossible, but I think we are suffering some setbacks. It feels very drastic. I think we're trying to signal to everyone that while this feels drastic in this moment, this is just a beginning point of reductions to come year after year until we find a long-term solution to the problem. That's one of the other issues we're trying to raise with this budget. We've been trying to collaborate around for the past few years. I do want to speak briefly to the distribution of apportionment, just to clarify.
Sure. Well, I think Pam kind of hit the nail on the head with the fact that what we were trying to do with our March 16th budget was to create a sustainable budget that we could live with for several years. That's why we didn't use one-time funding as a revenue source to support it. That's why you saw the
Get it down.
2.85% increase, the charge to the towns were above that. They were being asked to help us. After 3 years, we had a multi-year planning process to no longer rely on funding that is not sustainable in the long term. Okay. In the event, now that we know that that plan did not work, override did not pass, we're back to trying to find a budget that fits within our financial constraints. We kind of know that we have this sustainable problem. So regardless of whatever we decide for the current year budget, fiscal 24 that we're about to vote in the coming weeks, whatever we revise, whatever we do, we have to also think about the multi-year process. What does this mean for a sustainable program for our students? And what does it mean for sustainable financing? So needless to say, we're starting to look ahead, as we've done every year for the past several years, at what might next year.
Buying a fucking program for
We can
25.
tell already that preliminary analysis based on typical spending rates, which have been, we've had our charge over 7 years. The average assessments to the towns have been 3.2%. So pretty responsible, stable, low growth. Even with that type of growth rate, we're already looking at a $915,000 next year. Of that amount, the blue portion, 277,000, is what we might typically.
Buy your way in for $25.
How do we make sure we have a tight budget?
You.
With a big limit? Okay. No,
Bullshit.
but when we deal with the fact that this apportionment formula is beyond our control and is creating shifts, we know that just because of the changes in enrollment that Pam talked about, that automatically there's
Want
going
to
to be
relaunch it again?
of Essex as that formula does its job, that's in the regional agreement. That's where the red part comes in. So when you look at next year, we know that 40% of the problem that we have is directly related to the fact that it's going to push Essex to a much higher level than might typically fit without an override. If we that's to get to a target of 3.5%. Why 3.5%? That's typically been the number that we've been striving for as a target for total growth and growth in our assessments to the towns. That's what we consider sustainable in terms of not having to make significant cuts. Again, you might have some small ones, you might need to make some adjustments, but nothing that would substantially impact the program. But to get Essex to a situation where they do not need an override, and this is just talking math, this is not about any judgment value on that, but understanding that an override might not be a scenario that can be absorbed. You have an additional green section, which is the 28%, which would bring them through the apportionment formula to 2.5%. That's what's necessary to do with
already in the
all
meeting.
those three
Really?
sections of the pie diagram to ensure
What the
that we
fuck
wouldn't
is
be
it?
pushing one town into an override. Again, because of the apportionment factor. Really are starting to deal with a multi-year problem, and that's why we're trying to get to a solution that's not just for this year, but for multiple years. And this is some of what we're facing.
Before we hand it back over to Pam, can I just say something for online? A couple things for the people online. Please, we beg of you to mute yourself. I can see the chat. There's all manner of commentary happening that the people at home can hear. So if you are at home, please ensure that you are muted. And then also, just as a heads up, the chat is intended just to be used for the public comment portion of this, to put your name and address in later. So just be gentle and kind, because we can't really watch that too closely right now. Thanks.
Yeah. So just to revisit the 516 budget reduction package and make a couple of clarifications that if you just read the slides may not be clear. This is a summary sheet. What we proposed looked to make, in addition to the staffing cuts we took in the original budget, an additional 7.65 reductions in teacher FTEs. A lot of it, some of it achieved through attrition, some of it achieved through different fractional reductions. And we are looking at 4.6 paraprofessional teaching assistants. Again, many of those are coming. I think that's a sound cut. Many of them are coming either through restructurings, retirements, or a student who no longer has a specific need. Probably worth noting that our paraprofessionals are overwhelmingly special education paraprofessionals. We carry 4 kindergarten general ed paraprofessionals, and a couple of others throughout the district. But typically, when we're talking about the paraprofessional headcount, it will fluctuate from year to year. They do a needs assessment based on student education plans. And typically, this is the time of year where we're starting to see changes for the upcoming year. That being said, often in August, things that we thought were reductions come back to us as new identified needs as we start the year. So that's a number that will continue to go up and down throughout a school year. We also have to take account for some health insurance savings and some unemployment costs, which actually create a larger gap for us to close. So this is the snapshot of the staffing. I'm driving this tonight. And this is the actual breakdown, and where a lot of the discussion is happening and where the feedback has come is with some of the fractional reductions to music and STEM, health and wellness, and world language. And we're going to speak to that in a minute. Just so we're clear on what the impact is, it's probably worth noting that a section is not a course. A section is many times just one offering within the schedule of a larger course. So while we're doing 69% section reduction, we're not reducing 69% of actual courses. There are some courses that, even though we're making a section reduction, something like Python, one section will be collapsed, but there's another section for students to enroll in. Sounds good, but it's limiting their access to the course because now it becomes a singleton in the schedule. So it will inevitably be a first choice for many students, which could also negatively impact enrollment in that class. So it's not the best. It's better than the total elimination of a course, but I think it's problematic for the long-term health of the course potentially. It does have a course eliminating impact on AP Physics, which is just getting off the ground. So I think the decision was made to not go forward before it became a small class that we couldn't sustain later on. And then one of the biggest impacts, I think, is to French. I think French has repeatedly come up in conversation as an area of concern at the upper level. We are carrying some very small courses, and an assessment of the pipeline by the principal was that this will continue over the coming years because our enrollment is smaller. COVID has had an impact on students' interest in language, and that we just haven't recovered yet from that. And there's no way to tell if we will. So we will be perpetuating the problem that we're discussing this year, having smaller upper level classes if we continue the change. So the goal was to ensure that juniors and seniors had their end of pathway courses available to them, but close down grade 7, 8, and French 2, which would be the 9th grade course at the high school, so we can course correct for that. Green Scholars is a course that would not be run next year. I believe there is a Green Apprentices though, and then Evidence-Based Arguments, which is a beginning debate course, something this is a long tradition in our district, would also be affected if we start to apply this principle of lower enrollment as being a cutoff number as being a qualifier for courses. Now, like I said, 69%, not all the courses under 10 were eliminated. Judgments were made by the principal on what needed to be retained for the coming year. Unfortunately, she could not be here tonight to speak to it. The K-12 music restructure, a bit of a clarification there. We've had K-12 music restructure in the plan from our December budget forward. The intention was to take the savings and move forward with a long-term goal or multi-year goal of implementing a program coordinator, program director, something similar to an athletic director, but for the arts. The goal of which to organize the program, help with recruitment, organize after-school activities, drama, band, chorus, and be an advocate for the arts, a department chair, so to speak. We have a couple of concepts of the model. We've been working with our PAC on that concept, and we were excited about it because it was a way in which we to move forward on that now. My concern, why this is a multi-year program concern, just about every opportunity we have through retirement to reinvest in ourselves is now going to reducing the bottom line. I think there needs to be a balance between the two. And that's what we attempted to do in that 321 budget. Take those reductions where we thought they were sound reductions that had minimal impact on the program or no impact on the program. Example, we can meet our class size benchmarks at the elementary school by taking out one more classroom for next year, and it was through retirement. No job loss, no elevation of class size. That sounds like a sound reduction to me. 516 is kind of pushing the envelope and accelerating the pace of the changes, and it's starting to impact staffing. And it's going to impact program because they're not deliberate in long-term plans. Health and wellness restructure. This is one that I have been wrestling with myself. And it's really, again, when you're looking at $781,000 of reduction, you're trying to take things where you can to balance everyone's needs. So this attempted to leverage a late notification of a leave for the upcoming year to take a financial reduction and make it work with the staffing that we have on hand. It will work. It won't be the same. Our teachers will ensure it's of the highest quality it can be under this construct. But it's, again, another example where we're losing an opportunity to invest in ourselves just to kind of satisfy the bottom line. And that's not to say we aren't aware and clear that the bottom line needs to be addressed. But we're running out of smart decisions and smart tools to manage it. So I land where we began. I think 321 was reasonable and balanced. But I realize that we have the constraints that we have, and some of it is no one's fault. It's just the situation we're in, and we need to find a long-term solution because this cycle we're on, we had similar discussions last year and the year before, and it's not a sustainable cycle. It's not a cycle that's good for kids or schools. So I'll offer for you tonight, I know we're going to hear a lot about the programming, and we're excited for that, but something for you to consider before you make comment, and this will be brief, is potentially a compromised budget, which reverses course on our 321 budget in terms of the sentiment on reserves. It's a compromise. It's also kind of a kick the can down the road a little bit longer approach, where we would look to leverage some reserves to offset the deficit and try to make up reductions to the budget by just utilizing the attrition positions. So it doesn't allow us to move forward with the arts coordinator. It would allow us the resources to put in a long-term sub for the health program at the middle school. And it would put off reductions to all the high school electives. So that entire package would be set aside. It may need to be revisited next year, but it would put a hold on that for the upcoming year. It reduces, it uses reserves, but it reduces the ask or the need by 52%. So it's a step in the direction of trying to rebalance the revenues in. And I would say it comes with a couple of caveats. It sets us up for a deficit next year. So again, kicking the can down the road and almost creating a higher hill to climb. But I think our asks would be that Essex support our intent to finance the fields. In original conversations, they had two different approaches that they wanted to look at in terms of how they would manage that. We would ask for conversations about how they could support that going forward. And, you know, I've done a budget here for 13 years, and this is the biggest hill we've had to climb. I'd also asked that we maybe come to collaboration and agreement on facilitated agreement mediation going forward and working together with a third party to help us reconcile what we truly believe to be structural problems in terms of the financing and our process. So those are conversation starters. They're not demands, but I think I'd ask the committee to consider and ask for your opinion on whether an approach like this gets us to a better position for solving the problem in the future, or whether we're just kicking the can down the road. And you would like us to continue to support the full budget. So that concludes my overview. I'm sure you have many questions and we are happy to answer those, but I'm going to turn it over to the students.
Can we do something first?
Sure. Let me turn it over to you.
Oh, let's go to the students and then after that, we'll, I just want to invite any town boards who need to call into session to, make sure that you're aware and we'll, give you an opportunity to do that afterward.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Sinusky. I have 4 children in this wonderful school system, and I know the school committee has heard from me plenty, but I want to be sure that all of our students, former students, future students have a voice too. To stay within our time limit, many have written their comments and thoughts on their posters, and after the meeting, I ask that you please take the time to read each one. And now, please give our students your respect and undivided attention. Thank you very much. I'm going to read a couple here. We've got Kate Costello. We have Isaac. We have Celia, James, Clara, and Luke, and Olivia Gato. And then I'll turn it over to these guys. One at a time, if you'll say your name and hold up your poster.
I'm Frankie French, and I'm here to support art, band, French, and theater. I'm Clara Bradford, and I'm Parker Lopez, and I'm here to support Forest Rock, and French. I'm Stella Miller, and I'm here to support forest and art and the art. My name is James. I'm not going to get to do. I'm going to make all of those things. I'm not going to get to do it. I'm crying and I'm Claire. I'm David. I'm here to support French, robotics, art, music, singing, theater, and drama. I'm Thomas Shinowski, and I'm also here for 17 years. I'm Asa Barkley, and I'm here to support music, health, gym, robotics, art, and foreign language. I'm Maria Zanetti, and I'm here to support foreign, health, STEM, art, French. Hi, I am Nate Chamberlain, and I'm here to support world language, green team, and music programs. I'm Calvin Lee, and I'm here to support music programs, French, and STEM. I'm Vic Carter, and I'm here to support forest, band, and French. I'm Garrison Bradford, and I'm here to support forest band, environmental studies, and forest and water.
I'm William Lindell, I'm here to support music and band and math.
I'm Scarlett Lee, and I'm here to support French and the art.
I'm Bianca Torrey, and I'm here to support French and.
I'm Elizabeth Rushing, and I'm here to support French and the arts.
I'm Ann Stevens, and I'm here to support French and the arts.
I'm Riley McKinnon, and I'm here to support French and the arts.
I'm Luke Shadowski. I'm here to support band, French, STEM, and robotics, and then I'm also representing Make Climate.
I'm Ava Rizzo. I'm here to represent band, French, CAD, Python, robotics, art, math, and science. And I'm here for my brother Sammy, who represents Python, CAD, French, math, and science as well.
My name is Adrian Kudeman. I'm here in support of math, forest, and a variety of sciences. And I'm also here for my sister today, who's in support of French, forest, band, and math.
I'm Annabelle Smith, and I'm here to support the foreign language and music programs.
I'm Martha Davis, and I'm supporting chorus and French and band. I'm Sylvie Olderman, and I'm supporting STEM, performing arts, Spanish, and photography.
I'm Chloe Lilly, I'm supporting band and all the performing arts, also speaking for Bella Lilly, supporting French.
I'm Amelia Tulsa. I'm here to support math and science.
I'm Kate Murphy. I'm here to support French, art, the STEM department, and robotics. I am Joanna Shannon. I'm here to support robotics, French, CAD, math, and physics.
I'm Libby Laurie, and I'm here to support the French program.
I'm Josh Bona, I'm here to support chorus, drama, and
I'm Caroline Shanevsky, and I'm here to support music, STEM, and French.
I'm Claire Grant. I'm here to support the arts and French.
I'm Charlie Langendorf, and I'm here to support physics and Python.
I'm Henry Stevens, and I'm here to support music electives such as piano and music theory.
I'm Peter Langendorf, and I'm here to represent band and theater.
That's really a bedtime, but I'm here to support French.
My name is Sean Ben, and I'm also here representing my sister, Kate Ben, and we support music and speak French.
I'm Owen O'Leary, also here for Anna Shane and Anna O'Leary. We support French, performing arts, and STEM.
My name is Dave Callagher. I also represent Lila Carpenter, and we stand for the performing arts, music, and French.
I'm Sebastian, and I am here to support French. I have Maggie Whitman here with me, and I have Hazel Strady here with me. I'm Charlie Well, and I'm here to support French, the music programs, STEM programs, and every single thing that has enriched every kid up here. Thank you.
Well, if that doesn't remind us all what matters, I don't know what will. Thank you all. Thank you all. At this time, are there any Manchester or Essex town boards that need to call into session because they have a quorum and have posted? If so, just raise your hand, please.
Manchester Select Board, I'd like to call to order at 7:41. 6:41, sorry, my glasses are not on my eyes. Where do I? Okay, calling to order Manchester Select Board, roll call vote, Brian Solacey.
Here.
Kathy Bellata. Here. Ann Harrison here, and Becky Tate is here. Thank you.
I'm not sure I need one. This is Sarah Mallett, Chair of the Manchester Finance Committee, and I call the Finance Committee to order. Andy?
Here.
Maureen? Dee?
Yeah.
Tom?
I think that's a leave.
Yeah, that's it. Great comments.
Chair, go ahead.
I'm Ruth Green, Chair of the Board of Selectmen in Essex, and I'll call the Board of Selectmen meeting to order.
Does Essex Finance Committee need to call into session?
No.
Nope, okay, thank you. With that, so I'd like to recognize the presence of our town partners, Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee members, and anyone else representing an official capacity. As is customary, if we have any town representatives who would like to make comment first, we will invite you to come do that. And then following that, we will open it up to the general public. It is again, first come, first served. We have 2 mics available and we'll just go back and forth. We will be sitting up front here, but again, you're welcome to engage in that way. Would the town boards like to speak first? I will also just, give you a chance to speak again before we close the public session of this, or the public comment section of this. So please, if you'd like to come up.
I'm Sarah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm Sarah Mellish, Chair of the Manchester Finance Committee. Prior to this meeting, the Manchester Finance Committee and the Manchester Select Board met jointly to discuss our recommendations we wish to make the school committee. We recognize that the school committee, the school district is running its own entity. We are uncomfortable with taking the budget to the lowest level presented on May 16th. Also uncomfortable retaining the original budget and possibly pushing it to a joint town meeting of the 2 towns. We feel that should be avoided at all costs. We support a budget somewhere in between. You need to make a good faith effort to make some reductions. You need to look across the board. We don't support going after just the arts, STEM, foreign language. We feel you should also look at athletics. We suggest that you look at the administration budget, including COLA increases, the number of positions, applying school choice revenue to reduce the operating budget, both current revenue and previous revenue accumulated. The state is paying the school district the $5,000 a student in order to reduce your operating budget, and that has not occurred in the past. We also feel that you should look at revenue streams and the opportunity to increase various fees. In addition, to take another look at the appropriate level of reserves. We agree a certain level of reserves is necessary for emergencies, but we do not believe the current level is necessary with respect to the bond rating and how that might impact the interest rate. The school district bond rating is heavily influenced by the ratings of the 2 towns, and since they are paying the school budget. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from town boards that would like to speak at the start of the hearing? Okay, seeing none, I will invite the public. Please come to the mic as you would. Shouldn't it be picking me up? For everyone lining up, when it is your turn to speak, we need your, to state your name and your address and town, please. For the purposes of this hearing, we are allowing teachers and staff who are from outside of our 2 towns to speak, but please do still share your name and address. Thank you. We'll start here.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Shaw. I live at 7 Lufkin Point Lane in Essex. And I am fully in support of the override. There's a reason that I believe it. Just to give you my background, I'm in my late 70s. I'm retired. I live on a fixed income. I live in Essex, so I pay really high taxes. You in Manchester don't understand. And I am a lifelong educator, so that's what my entire career was. What I believe very simply is this, is that it's our job as citizens to support the future. It's our job to ignite in kids the desire to learn. It's our job as parents, and I'm a grandparent of 3 kids in the public school system here. It's our job as parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, whatever, to make sure that our kids can succeed. I would rather cut back on something at my end than to know that I voted, in some way voted, so that I cut back my kids, my grandparents' futures. Thank you.
Gloucester. I am the World Language Department Chair. I have a bit to say, so I'm going to read a little bit, but our elementary program was eliminated last year due to the budget. And sadly, here we are again with more cuts. I would like to make it clear to all that I am not here because our teachers have failed our district. Instead, the budget has failed our district over and over. In 1997, the World Language Department began its first ever elementary program. Students began French or Spanish in kindergarten, and our program thrived. In 2007, a third of students were enrolled in French at the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade level, guaranteeing a successful program at the high school. Our AP numbers went up and our scores as well. Then the 2010 budget cut our French program at the elementary level. All students would take Spanish with a short introduction to French, only at the end of 5th grade. Enrollment in French began to decline due to the fact that many students had already been studying Spanish and didn't want to start over with a new language. With the 2020 closure, students did not receive in-class instruction in French in the 5th grade, and the majority chose Spanish. This proved to be destructive to our program. Due to these past cuts, we have gone through 7 different part-time French teachers at the high school level. It is extremely difficult to hire a highly qualified and experienced teacher when you can only offer them a part-time position on a rotating schedule. With such turnover, it is difficult to build a strong program despite the strong student interest. Our highly qualified and experienced teachers work tirelessly to engage our students with authentic resources and cultural experiences. How can we ask our current highly qualified and experienced French teachers, to stay in our district for the next 3 years, and watch our program die out? You may be thinking it's only a few classes or a small number of students that will be affected by these cuts. However, you are completely wrong. Our highly qualified teachers have contributed to our school community in a number of ways. Ms. Cochot, with her first year, began a French club, and in her second year, she and her students created the first French language newspaper in our school history. She is also planning a trip for next spring for 26 students in 2024. Probably travel with that, I don't know. Ms. Fortunato, a teacher of 12 years in our district, has served as the director of Night of Stars and our school plays. She was the class advisor for 4 years for the class of 2022. She traveled with 17 students to France last spring. She is currently the robotics coach and student council advisor. Our highly qualified teachers contribute to our school community every single day, and so this cut will impact the culture of our entire school. These cuts are not based on performance. Our French students have demonstrated year after year that they are achieving proficiency upon graduation. In April, we had 13 French students sit for the Apple test, and they scored at a fluency level high enough to teach at a public high school. We are one of few schools that consistently award our French students the seal of biliteracy. By forcing our 7th and 8th graders to change language, they will not achieve proficiency by their senior year. It'll be difficult for them to enroll in an AP course. This budget will eliminate their ability to choose, which is essential for becoming a lifelong learner of a language. In conclusion, the World Language Department is offering our students a rigorous and engaging French program, and the budget is constantly failing our program and ultimately our students. We ask that our communities fight for our program and request a second vote. Thank you.
Michelle, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I lost my voice screaming at a concert the other night, so very fitting. Hi, my name is Charlie Well. I graduated from Manchester Essex in 2022, so no, you did not get rid of me, still here. I am currently a student at Berklee College of Music, along with two other students from my grade. And for context, to kind of say what seemingly the district tends to care more about, I play D1 music. I'm here to talk to you today about the budget cuts proposed to the arts programs. I would like to ask you all a question, if that's okay. School committee, please feel free to participate. I would love if you could raise your hand to respond yes. If in the past 3 years, you have gone to see a concert, turn the radio on, watch the Grammys. Brilliant. Look at that. Almost like I baked on you all saying that. That's wonderful. I hope you all enjoyed that part that you consumed. I want to draw your attention to the fact that every single one of those performers was taught how to do what they do. Education is the only source of excellence. If you do not give programs what they deserve, you are cutting paths that will bring you the next John Williams, taught by Mr. Janak, the next Taylor Swift. This is what we need. Personally, I have really never taken private lessons for music outside of this building. And I attend one of the most prestigious institutions for musicians. And it is all because of what I learned here at Manchester Essex. So I would just like to say, the next time any of you consume any form of musical media, please think about how you are erasing an entire generation of people who your child may come home saying, I want to dress as them because they make art that inspires me for Halloween. You are erasing an entire generation that is topping charts, making change in industry. You would be erasing a career that I worked so hard to build. So please continue to invest in us. Invest in artists, because I promise we will give it back to each and every one of you 100 times. We just need the opportunity to learn. Thank you, and please support.
Hello, my name is Doris Ann Bosler, and I've been teaching Spanish and French at the middle school level for this district for 22 years. When I read, I'm sorry, oh, and I live at 15 Mount Vernon Street, Salem, Massachusetts. When I read the MERHS vision of a graduate included in the Manchester Essex strategic plan, I am struck by the emphasis on the understanding and accepting of different cultures, as well as the ability of our graduates to acknowledge and respect the diverse perspectives of others. These themes of cultural competence and the ability to respect and critically think about multiple perspectives are repeated in almost every section of the vision. The very first section of the vision of a graduate is entitled Empathetic Global Citizen. With more opportunities for our students to learn multiple world languages, our students enter into knowledge of a larger variety of different cultures and beliefs. They can interact with many more cultures. French is the official language in 29 countries of the world, including 19 in Africa. French is spoken on every continent. Why would we take away any language that is an entrance into intercultural perspectives when this is the first thing we propose in our vision for our graduates? Our World Languages program is well established and is a strong program in our district. When I started, it was K through 12, French and Spanish. And the reason why I took the job was because I had heard about the very strong program of Manchester Essex. Our program is well established and very strong, and students will lose the chance to acquire knowledge about many other cultures if French is eliminated. It's not just France. My students have learned about Senegal, about Cote d'Ivoire, about Belgium, Switzerland, etc. Taking away French is contrary to our vision of a graduate. And by the way, my French class doubled in size this year. In the high school, students have the opportunity to take both Spanish and French. Every year, I have students in either language, Spanish or French, who are excited to take another world language in 9th grade, so they can take both. Often, these same students take advanced placement classes in both languages. I believe our AP numbers overall in the world language program will go down due to the elimination of the 1st through 6th grade program last year. I also think that the AP numbers will further decrease if French is no longer an option. And as I tell my students, colleges look favorably on students who have studied more than one language. Also, on another note, our district has invested in and has spent a lot of time with a wonderful diversity, equity, and inclusion coach, who, according to his website, promotes having faculty identify strategies to make curriculum more inclusive of diverse perspectives, to coach us on how to develop a framework for cross-cultural alliances, and who promote cross-cultural competence in our district. When I told this DEI coach what I taught, he said, your subject is the most important for DEI because we are constantly teaching culture through language. We're not just teaching verbs. We are using real authentic material from many countries so our students can enter in to see what that culture is like. Our students deserve better. It would be a travesty to take away yet another portion of our strong language program. They deserve a choice in world languages and an opportunity to take more than one language in high school. They deserve to develop cross-cultural competence. They deserve more exposure to other cultures and languages, not less. J'espère que vous prendrez en considération les opportunités culturelles dont nos étudiants seraient privés si le français était éliminé. And for those who don't speak French, I hope our communities will take into consideration the cultural opportunities that our students would be deprived of if French were eliminated.
My name is Lindsay Banks, at 44th Street in Manchester. I support the original budget. I call on all town leaders and school committee to do everything in their power to solve this budget shortfall with a minimum impact on the amazing kids we saw here as possible. I'm aware that this is not necessarily directly the fault of school committee, but it is the result of a majority vote against an override. When we look at the numbers, we are seeing low voter turnout for that vote. Can you speak to what you need to see and hear from residents of both towns in order to move a budget forward with no cuts or as few cuts as possible? So that's a question, not a statement. Well, it's both.
Is this on? Yeah, there we go. So I will answer. Anyone else is welcome to do the same. For me, I am reserving my decision until the very last minute. We're continually getting input on this. We're getting input from our town partners and their boards as late as this afternoon and yesterday in Essex as well. We're continuing to get input from our communities, and we're also continuing to get input, as you heard, a potential compromise solution here that we still have to really vet out and discuss further. So for me, if you're asking the question, what would it take to send it back as is? It would take a really large amount of input and full support from our town boards asking for exactly that. That said, I think there are solutions that we're trying to look at together to split the difference or minimize the impact as well. Does anyone else on our committee want to speak to this? Please.
I think it's a really hard
Please.
question to commit to
Right.
at this point. It's
Yeah.
definitely one of the thinking.
Absolutely. So and you received, I've been hearing over 1,000 emails from an email campaign, like maybe even combined email campaign. I'm seeing nodding, I'm seeing shaking.
I don't think that, I personally have received over 200.
Okay. How many email? I'm just saying, like, we all need to do our part as residents here to show our support. So I'm talking like action that we take on the ground to, persuade you of, as few cuts or original budget. So yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the numbers, the Essex vote failed it was 508 votes against, right? So let's all keep that in mind.
I'll offer, not for the committee's consideration, but I am seeking guidance in the form of your comments on the value and the will to invest in carrying forward with these small classes. Because I think that's what I've been attempting to answer and advocate for, and I feel like I've not done that successfully. So knowing whether I'm going in the right direction is helpful, and I do take Sarah's point about looking broadly, and happy to speak to that later.
Thank you, Lindsay. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Caroline Cochot. I live in 84 Old Essex Road in Manchester. Please, students, do not come to my house. And what you see there should stay in your head. I'm also a French teacher here at Manchester High. I've been a teacher for a very long time. I'm speaking to you this evening because of the horrendous situation the district is now in, and hopefully since the last school committee, the community has realized the severity of our situation. MARSD is one of the top districts in the state, and other districts look at us wondering how we do it. And they do that. I did work in another district, and one day our superintendent put the data of the Department of Education of Massachusetts and looked at us, and she said, this is where we are, this is where MRSD is, you have 3 hours to know how we can compete with them. So, well, I think it is plain and simple. It's a variety of programs and class size. Education is the foundation of a healthy society and the key to a bright future for our children and our society. It is through education that we shape leaders, innovators, and responsible citizens, and we all know that we urgently need a lot of them. I know that investing in education is an investment in our future, creating a well-educated future workforce, attracting businesses, and fostering a vibrant community for Essex and Manchester. By rejecting this budget that was approved by the school committee, we not only compromise the future of our youth, but also set the long-term success and prosperity of our 2 beautiful towns, Essex and Manchester, into decline. I understand that there's diverse opinions when it comes to budgeting a school, and it's also important to consider the financial implication for our towns and its residents. However, the privilege to receive a good education is precious, and all too often a rare gift around the world, and even in the US. But here, as a community, we can give this gift to our children. Look around you, and you saw all of these students in this room. It did break my heart. Listening, hearing the word French so many times. Parents, please register them to French. What are you waiting for? And maybe I won't see French on a budget cut. Look around you and see these teachers that are behind me and the one who spoke. They take care, they support and connect with your children every day, every minute. They make them feel comfortable and welcome in their class at all times of the day. They want them to succeed. Some of these beloved and talented educators are going to lose their job. The quality of instruction is going to disappear if the number of students per class increases. We simply cannot teach a class of 30 the same way as a class of 15. In our school, there are classes with 8 students. So what? Does this really stop anyone from sleeping at night? Would you prefer to send your children to a school that treats them like parts of a machine and not human beings? Do you want their choice of classes, languages, and arts to vanish? Do you want your children to not have a well-rounded education? If so, well, I would say bravo, you did it. If not, I would like you to reconsider the initial budget and approve it. And on a personal note, you know, I really love this district. I think you saw all of my colleagues, and I'm not speaking about teachers, but my colleagues as their children. And I usually can keep my emotion. It's my job. Whatever I bring here, I don't show it in a classroom. Tonight it's difficult, and I would like to thank all of these students for stepping in, coming, and support us. Merci.
Evening, my name is Sarah Stone, 69 Pleasant Street in Manchester. I want to thank you all for listening to all of us tonight, voice clearly an emotional topic, education. I feel it's really important that I got up here tonight and voiced my feelings about this revised budget, because I am a parent of 2 elementary students at Memorial, and I'm also an experienced public school educator for 20 years. I've been trying really hard this week to be empathetic to residents of Essex who voted against passing the school budget for the next school year. However, I'm incredibly discouraged by some of the sentiments I have heard regarding reasoning for a no vote on the override. It's my impression that many voters in Essex cast their no vote to make a point, as they are frustrated by the state of the Essex Elementary School building in light of the recent needs assessment report, which I can understand. However, I think it's essential that we communicate to voters that the operating school budget for the next school year must be seen separately from a building budget, a building project that will be eligible for state funding. If we hold our children's education hostage, we are doing grave harm to a generation that has been and continues to be harmfully impacted by school disruptions due to COVID. I can tell you that I work with 7th graders every day. It's a challenging job right now, especially in the areas of literacy, not to mention the ongoing mental health crisis among teenagers. To me, it is simply irresponsible and immoral to consider reducing any school budget in this country right now. To lose a reading interventionist at the elementary level and not support library programs at the middle and high school is unacceptable. Our kids need more interventions, more opportunities, greater supports, and a committed investment from our community. I plead with voters and members of the school committee, please do not support this devastating budget that our superintendent so bravely had to share tonight. Teaching is an extraordinarily complex craft that requires expertise and an environment that is supported and well-funded. I would like to think I am in a community that believes those things. I just want to end tonight with a question. It is very difficult to find qualified educators right now. A lot of people do not want to go into the profession for reasons like tonight, that we're making our kids beg for their education. I just wonder if we lose teachers with this budget, if we think we're going to be able to have them come back, or if they think they want to, because it's a competitive market out there. And if we are going to attract educators that will feel they have a solid job. So I'm just curious. Hard question.
I did speak to this at some length last week, but I did forget to mention it tonight, which is I am very concerned about our ability to recruit and retain high quality teachers. We have a June 5th obligation to notify people of their status for next year. My great hope is that we have some 15, what did I say that? June 15th. My great hope tonight is that we have some clarity. So in those conversations, I can give them some indication of where we're going to be a month from now. Right now, I don't feel like I have that information for them. So very directly, this puts us in great jeopardy of being able to retain and then rehire teachers. We've also frozen our hiring for next year until we have some sense of things. So we are 2 to 3 months behind our hiring process in a good year. We did not experience the struggles that other districts experienced in our teacher hiring. We went through a little bit of strain in some of our special education, paraprofessional hiring. But in terms of general teacher positions, we came out of COVID quite well. I'm concerned for this, not only for our classroom teachers. We have 2 new leaders coming on board next year. Those are critical positions. The dean position is a critical position. When you speak to mental health, they are front line on health and wellness. They're front line on safety. Think about the headlines from last night. And they are key managers of the building when it comes to supervision, evaluation, student activities management, and just the general well-being of kids. We are structured as other districts are. And I think we're looking, as we go through these cycles, I think we're putting ourselves at great disadvantage and the quality is going to suffer greatly.
I just have one more thing I just want to impress upon the public. School leaders are essential for a functional school building and a functional culture and a positive, optimistic environment for kids and teachers to do their work. I've heard people talk about, why do we have administrators? And it's like, you need to have leaders. I work in Danvers. We were in a lockdown for an hour, not knowing what was happening up the street. Our school leaders are the ones who made the kids feel safe and helped the teachers feel ready to make the kids feel safe. So I just wanted to add that as well. It's like everyone in a school is an educator, whether you are an administrator and your dean of students or you are a teacher's aide. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tamara Burns, and I live at 118 County Way, Manchester. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I've been a resident of Manchester for the past 42 years. I am also a senior faculty member at the high school here. I spent 10 years teaching art at the K-8 elementary school prior to regionalization. And for the last 17 years at MERHS, teaching art courses and serving in district leadership positions for art and music. From my unique perspective tonight, I'd like to share some important insights regarding the recent staff reductions due to the failed override. Manchester Essex schools have consistently been in the top of state rankings, not by chance, but because as a small district, we have worked extremely hard to educate all our students in a way that they can reach their full potential. Using a student-centered approach, we have been able to provide coursework to meet the needs of all learners. As a resident, I value our commitment to the students of Manchester and Essex. Our school's reputation not only has a direct impact on property values, but most importantly, it reflects our belief in our students and our community's future. As a district, as you've heard, we have adopted a vision of the graduate. This articulates the skills and qualities we want for each of our graduates. In a rapidly changing landscape for educators with the unrestricted use of technologies such as ChatGPT, it is essential that we provide students with authentic learning, such as the arts. These courses promote creative risk-taking, expansion of new skill sets, and the development of students who are original thinkers and makers. Elective courses can so oftentimes be the high watermark in many students' school day. The arts remain one of the last hands-on areas of our curriculum. If courses such as art, music, French, STEM, etc. are limited, students may consider choicing out to other public schools or investigate private school options in order to get the courses that are critical to their interests and educational and career goals. As a property owner in Manchester, I do not want to see this trend occur, and I'm sure you do not either. Our students and the communities of both Manchester and Essex need to stand for what is right what is important in the education of our students and not allow what we have all worked so hard to build to be compromised. Let us together settle these budgetary issues with our students at the forefront. Young people are our future, and the arts must be part of that future. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Finn O'Hara from 8 Robert Heights. I'm Aaron Bischoff, 13 Skytop Drive, and we're both seniors here at this school. And so today we have prepared for you a presentation on the association between housing prices and school system quality in given regions. And this is to address the concerns of those who voted to reduce the budget simply because they don't have any family members or kids in the school system. And so our first piece of research comes from a Harvard professor. This research shows that a 1% increase in budget leads to a 0.95% increase in housing prices in that respective region. Furthermore, Eric and I conducted a study on the correlation between median housing prices and SAT score in certain regions in Massachusetts for different districts. And what we found was a 0.272 correlation coefficient between the two variables. And to put this in more simple terms, an increase in schooling system quality leads to higher housing prices. And the only reason why we use the SAT score here is to quantify schooling system quality.
Well, Finn, these numbers and graphs are great, but it's all about buyer's perception. So other studies we looked at, we found that about 53% of people, when looking for a home, value education quality or school system quality. And that leads to the fact that a good school system will also lead to a healthier and more consistent housing market. And this then translates back into a more desirable community. Along with this, we found that in most of the studies we looked at, a strong school system directly correlates to a strong community. And one way you can measure this is through public works, the infrastructure of the community, or just its general appearance. And the thing that we really want you to think about is the return on investment. So when putting money into the school, it'll then put money back into the community or the housing market. And it sort of creates this bounce off effect where the school system will improve the housing market, which then improves the community, which then go back into the school. That's.
So now we want to thank you all for being here today. That we support.
Caroline F., 432 Essex Street in Beverly. I've been teaching art and photography at Manchester Essex for 17 years now. So many people may talk to you tonight about the value of an arts education, but I actually just want to make some very practical points. So first, I want to address how courses look when presented in a list of classes. Many electives, such as art, senior English electives, even biotechnology, combine CP and honors classes together, those sections together. For example, I have an intro to photo class. There are 26 kids in it. There are so many kids in it. One kid has to be on a laptop. He downloaded Photoshop because I'm out of seats. That class on paper looks like a class of 21 and a class of 5. So anybody going through a list of classes, if they see, oh, there's a class of 5 at the high school. No, that's actually a class of 26 kids in my room at one time. So that is important and needs to be considered when looking at a list of all the courses offered in the high school. Second, in terms of the proposed cuts to the arts due to low enrollment, I would also like to make a point about the methodology of scheduling art classes. We had huge numbers of students asking for intro level courses, but decisions were made while scheduling for philosophical and program reasons, such as wanting a school that offers AP art instead of on pure numbers. If the schedule had been built with only enrollment in mind, certain classes such as ceramics and video would have had many more sections, And the smaller classes that lead to AP art would not have been offered. Basically, we currently have some classes with lower enrollment, but only because the goal was to support the AP program. For example, I had 84 students request video, but because the majority of my teaching load is structured to support AP photo, I can only take on one section of video. And that means there's over 50 kids that want to take video and can't. Now that sounds like I'm not supporting our AP art program. Our AP art program has 100% pass rate. AP photo has some of the highest percentages of 4s and 5s in the entire school. And there are many kids that AP art is the only AP class they take in high school. This is their only way to show colleges, look, I can excel. So I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying the goal was, let's support the AP program. If the goal had been, let's get kids in the classroom, then we could be teaching, it could be rescheduled today and we would have 5 classes of 25 kids each or more. Finally, the visual arts department was already cut by 0.4 last year. We used to have 2 full-time people, Tamara and myself, and a 0.4 teacher. And like Michelle said, we had a really hard time. We went through just two people last year. They would leave mid-year. We couldn't even hold them. So we lost that part-time person in last year's cuts. There are over 100 students requesting ceramics, 84 for video, 85 just for photo 1. Even if we offered only intro-level classes, we would be fully staffed with the current 2 full-time teachers. The demand is there. I personally teach 157 students. That means I teach 38% of the kids in this school. We have several very large classes and many large classes. These cuts to the art program would disproportionately affect the visual arts and would limit students from taking the classes they want and love far into the future.
Brian Ressler, 30 Choate Street, Essex. I fully support and would vote for the original FY24 school budget. And I would vote no. I think it's an important distinction to say that I would vote no on any budget that negatively impacted level of school education. This might be all parts of Essex. If not the school district, we wouldn't have moved here. It is school from everything. It's the reason we're at Essex. I myself am a proud public school graduate. My parents also chose to live in a high-performing district. We moved there when I was in 3rd grade in the early 80s, and there was crazy things like 18% mortgage rates, but they did it anyway. And it was worth it then because I came out of that program better prepared than most of my peers, no matter where they were from. And we were talking about before, so in my high school, you could choose from French, Spanish, German, Latin, Chinese. I think there might have been Japanese too, I can't remember. But part of what I got out of my public school education is a lifelong intellectual curiosity and a belief in critical thinking. So as this issue has dominated both of our towns recently, I've taken the internet and dug through the school budget, and I look at past budgets, and I look at other towns' budgets, and I look at state databases, and I'm weird. So I didn't want to do this, but maybe I have a little bit of fun. So a couple of observations from the second side. First, there's an extraordinary amount of information that's available. For Mersey, certainly, there's no less than any other district, that, and in many cases, there's quite a bit more. Second, I'm no education policy expert, but and maybe my numbers aren't perfect. I don't have all the details, but there's clear trends going on that provide insight into the pressures the school districts are facing, and that can't be ignored. So I wanted to ask a couple of questions about those, because I wanted to kind of confirm my own, what I think is happening, or disprove it, depending on what you guys were. Oh, we're going to talk about this laptop. We've also often talked about how enrollment has dropped since beginning kind of FY14. In that same time frame, special education funding has gone up, as far as I can tell, about 70%. It used to represent about 16% of the budget. Now it represents about 20% of the budget. Can you guys briefly just talk about how the impact of section 504 in IEPs and changing mandated services, how that impacts the overall budget and how you handle the growth in kind of general education.
Sure. Allison, do you want to speak to impact on the program? And then we can speak to any budgetary implication. Allison Collins. Sure. Allison.
It was on.
We are. Allison Collins is our Director of Student Services, and she has budget oversight for the department and also programmatic oversight. So I would love to hear from her first, and then we can follow up with any other specific budget question.
Oh, here.
And just, you're looking for the impact on.
Just a general understanding. I think I'd like to, make sure people understand that how, rising prices here that are mandated, how you have to balance that against everything else.
Okay, so I'm answering this without all of the data in front of me, I look at the data a lot, so I think I can speak to it pretty well. But first of all, I would take section 504 out of the conversation because it is about accommodations and modifications that occur in general education, and there is no staffing associated with it. So where we do have an expensive special education, when you were saying at one time special education was 16% of the budget, based on my recall of the numbers, that was quite a while ago, and we've been pretty steady in terms of our percentage of the budget that we have in special education. We do a lot of work to contain our special education costs in this community while maintaining a high quality program, and we're very successful in doing so. We have one of the big drivers in special education is the out of district budget. Relative to other communities, we have a lower out of district budget and number of students out of district because we have many high quality special education programs in district, specialized programs, for example, that compete with, people will know, Landmark, since it's right in our backyard, but programs like that, where we're paying a much lower per pupil expense than we would be if we sent students out of district. So we've done a very good job containing costs in special education and limiting our growth. I invite Avi to comment actually on the big picture around this as well. So I know he looks at these figures a lot too. I'm going to say one more thing too. The other thing that's just very important for everyone to know about special education is that every year we use a zero-based budget methodology in determining our budget. And what that means is we look at every student, every IEP, and every need in the district. Sometimes that makes our budget increase, sometimes it makes it decrease, as Pam was saying, with the cuts to teaching assistants this year. We really look at what students need and we adjust accordingly every year. And that's also a form of cost containment. We don't just add, we go back to scratch and we build our budget based on needs.
Yeah, thank you. So we did see that exact point about zero-based budgeting, with some of the numbers around teaching assistants. There's some years where we've seen that number go up. In recent years, it's all based on what the students need. And so we're really looking in real time at that. It is a bottoms-up based budget. The other, I think, main item I would just comment related to the added district tuitions that many districts, including our district, will pay if we cannot meet a student's needs in the district. The in-district programs that we have developed initially were grant funded as pilot programs because the state saw that was development of those programs could be something that benefited multiple districts. So I do want to kudos to Allison Collins, who's, when she came to this district, helped us to build that capacity. We have seen through financial analysis that if we didn't have them, we would have basically an instantaneous increase in our budget of, I believe the last time we looked, it's close to $1.8 million. Now, we have many staffing positions that support those programs. That's an added cost. If you took out that added cost and then paid for the tuition that you pay, your net cost would be up. So the savings that we have of 1.8 million is net after considering the investments. So it's kind of a financial no-brainer that's really benefited our communities, but it's also more importantly important to our kids who can stay in the district and be here with their peers. So it's a win-win, but it does show up in some of the numbers that you can see related to cost. I would just say it would be significantly higher if it were not for those programs.
Thank you. I'm happy to share. I'm digging through my data to get you the real statistics, but I was part of a superintendent's group that worked with legislators on understanding this trend. And when we last ran the numbers, we're seeing a North Shore trend of about 47% increase between 07 and 19, and another 6% just between 19 and 23. So our conclusion in looking comparatively at the data of many schools on the North Shore is that the growth in special education, both the programmatic expenses and the staffing expenses are outpacing the growth of general education. And they're creating a squeeze out because a lot of times we'll be able to take an enrollment reduction. Like when we go back through and try to piece together where we've made staff reductions, often we'll make a reduction based on enrollment of 0.4 art, but then need to redistribute that to a new TA need based on need. So yes, general special ed up, general ed declining.
One more, at the 2022 Essex annual town meeting, the Essex Finance Committee Chair noted that Essex was spending a little over, for the current year budget, Essex was spending a little over 18,000 per pupil. Manchester is spending a little over 22,000 per pupil. He called this, and I more or less quote, a good deal for Essex. I don't know how things are breaking out exactly this year in terms of projected per town enrollments, but is it fair to say that there's still kind of that gap between the two?
Quite honestly, we don't run that number.
Okay.
We're I really feel strongly about this. We are Manchester, Essex. We are not Essex and we are not Manchester. And that is absolutely no disrespect to your question, but it is an important part of what we do and why we advocate the way that we advocate. We're the regional school district. We represent all the students. We don't care what town they're from. We have wonderful students from Beverly and Danvers and Rockport and Salem. We're here for all of them. So that's part of this that needs to be worked out, and why I am calling for some type of support going forward to reconcile some misalignment between the school district and the two towns. We've had a wonderful track record for my 13 years here, I believe, of collaboration and problem solving, and it is breaking down. And the post-COVID world is a different world, so maybe we need some assistance in moving forward. But we have gone through this cycle before. This is nothing new to us. We have found more common solutions, but now it feels like we need help coming back together. So we take very seriously that we represent all children. If you want to look at a really good illustration of some of what we're dealing with now, because we do have declining enrollment, is even within our own schools, we have a different distribution. We don't ever run our own PPE. We use DESI's numbers. But if you look at our own per pupil distribution, our smallest school has the highest per pupil expenditure. Our largest school has the smallest per pupil expenditure. Even though it's just, there are fixed costs that are associated with each building. And even though the perception is the high school has the smallest classes and they're costing us the most, it's not the most expensive school to run because there's scalability there. So I think we are suffering with how to maintain in a small district the breadth and scope of programming associated with level services and how that's starting to play out.
Last real quick, and last week you said that you'd gone through this kind of long-term reduction in another district. I just thought it might be useful if you could kind of share that experience with everybody, and I'm done after that. Thank you.
Sure, happy to. And I absolutely love the North Reading School District. I had 8 wonderful years there, and it's a fantastic faculty and staff. But they did go through a period in town where there was misalignment of different constituency groups in terms of how they should fund the schools, and a rising expectation for investment, and a concern with the school system growing too quickly. We did go through a multi-year cycle of reductions. So when I'm looking at these are disappointing and difficult, but we aren't at the crisis point yet. I'm signaling it. We went through a couple of failed overrides. The last one resulted in us reducing the school day on Wednesdays, making every Wednesday a half day, eliminating a whole battery of what we call the specialist courses at the elementary, having teachers get their prep time in the afternoon, and forcing all of the special courses. And it was very drastic, and it was multiple years of this cyclical discussion about what we're going through now. Am I going to lose my job? Should I invest time in this district? Pam, you're coming, I was curriculum director. You're talking to me about new initiatives and the strategic plan and all of this stuff we're supposed to be doing to get better. And we don't even know if we're going to have a budget next year. So these types of discussions, stability of budget is in our strategic plan for a very important reason, which is kids thrive, teachers thrive when we have certainty and when we have predictability. And while this is a financial discussion, it's wreaking havoc on our climate and on our morale, because we don't know where we're going to be next year. We'll solve the problem. We're going to probably find a compromise, but the compromise isn't going to solve it. So we're right back at it next year, and we're right back into 10 months of, I came into this job, I love education. I like to focus on schools. I want to be in classrooms, and I am spending 98% of my time trying to solve this budget problem. So it wreaks havoc on morale. It makes it difficult to hire people, and it's hard to get people to invest in the strategic vision of the district.
Pam? Just going to quickly say one more thing. A statistic was just quoted of an increase from special ed accounting for 16% of the budget to, I can't remember, for over 20% now. And I just want to correct that. In 2008, special education in Manchester, Essex was 20% of the operating budget. And the latest figure is 23%. It's fluctuated in there between 20 and 23%, which is commensurate with the fluctuations at the state level. So we're where others are as well. And the fluctuation has not been that wide.
We were over here, so Martha can hold off and go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm Keith Stefanik. I teach 7th grade math here. I'm also president of the Manchester Essex Teachers Association. I've spent over a third of my life here, 17 years, and have easily taught over 1,500 students. Over the years, I have made amazing connections with students and colleagues alike. When others ask me where I teach, I always get, wow, and other compliments in response. Our district is a remarkable place with a unique atmosphere. I am worried, however, with these cuts looming, we are in danger of losing what makes us unique. We're at a critical juncture, as it will define what we value and what we become over the next 10 years and beyond. I humbly ask the committee to advocate for a fully funded budget, as it represents the best outcome for all of our members. Thank you for your time and consideration. We all want Manchester Essex schools to be the best they can be. I live at 107 Fulton Street in Danvers. Danvers Tapley National League, you catch, we'll get a slush together, watch the movie.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Martha Davis. I live at 48 Forster Road in Manchester. I'm a senior at MERHS and I'm graduating in 10 days. I'm also a recipient of the Choir Directors Award, the Seal of Biliteracy in both French and Spanish, and I have taken every AP World Language class that this school has to offer. This morning,
I presented my score presentation on my experience interning at the French Library in Boston. Earlier this afternoon, I sang the national anthem with the sound waves at the varsity baseball team senior night. I drove to this school tonight from my last piano lesson with my teacher of 10 years. It is truly shocking to me that I have come from my day filled with music and French to my school to fight for both. I feel as though I'm a testament to the importance of both programs in this district. I'm going to my dream college in the fall to major in French. I'm certain that if our school had not offered this program, I would be planning to go to college to study another subject that fills my heart with far less passion than French does. Through the French program at MERHS, I have gained a knowledge of countless cultures and millions of different kinds of people that has thoroughly enriched my worldview. It truly saddens me that the district is contemplating taking away this program, which has, without exaggeration, shaped my view of what I want to do with my life in college and beyond. In my AP Spanish Lit class this year of five people, taught by Mr. Pillsbury right over there. Hi. We took a trip to New York City to see a play that we read in class. It was an incredible experience and it was an awesome day. Is the district trying to tell us that they don't care about not only the performing arts and the play we saw, but also the world language program? Sorry, I lost my Not only are they contemplating cutting down the language program, but they are also contemplating taking away the music program that has been my rock since I first joined chorus in 5th grade. I have made some of my closest friends through the music program in this district. Music stays with you for the rest of your life. Our school, my school, maintains that they are committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and yet show no interest in supporting young people whose interests don't fit their narrow-minded idea of a well-rounded student. Yes, I'm graduating, but my heart breaks for students like my friend Josh. Josh, can you stand up? Students like my friend Josh, who's a sophomore, who takes French and is involved in the music program. Even when I'm gone in the fall, I would still be thinking of Josh. What will he do if for his junior year he has to start learning a language that he's never taken before, or try to fit into new activities that he lacks the passion for? All because our community has decided to tell him, to tell you, Josh, that his interests are not as important of those as a lacrosse player who takes Spanish. Who is telling Josh and countless other students like him, we saw them come up here today and say their names, that their interests, that their passions matter? At this moment, it is not our district. I have countless experiences that I could highlight, but I recognize that your time is valuable. So I would like to end by thanking the incredible music and language teachers who are here or have been here tonight, who have impacted me throughout my years at MERSD. Could you stand up and or like wave next year? I'm going to read these. Ms. Michelle. Ms. Julie. Ms. Ladanya. Mr. Goldsberg. Ms. Boston. Mr. Eisenhower. And Mr. Jeanette. Thank you for your time.
And it makes me emotional, so that doesn't help my situation here. So my name is Christine Millie. Hold on. I live at 110 Central. Charlie will beeps every time she goes by. My whole heart. I am currently the 6 through 12 STEM department chair. I also teach science classes at the high school. And I am going to piggyback a little bit on what Eric and Finn had said. And as a department, we put this all together. So here it goes. So Carl Sagan, the great 20th century scientist,
whose television programs educated and inspired generations, once talked about why television networks don't deliver more science programming. He said it took too much valuable time to educate the watchers. He concluded, short-term advantage for the network, long-term disaster for the country. The proposed cuts that negatively affect the STEM education may appear to be a short-term advantage to a balanced sheet, but they will surely create a long-term disastrous outcome for not only our students, but also to our community, and even those who do not have family members seated in any of our classrooms. First, how do these cuts affect our students? Upper-level STEM courses are sometimes literally the laboratories that cultivate creativity, innovation, and inspiration. That can best happen only in intimate settings where a teacher's attention is not divided into small fractions and where students can thrive under their teacher's experience and guidance. We must safeguard the array of electives that have engaged our students' particular interests and afforded them with the rich opportunities to blaze their own educational paths. To do otherwise is to shortchange them the long-term benefits of a quality education. So this is to piggyback on Eric and Finn, who made their math teachers very proud. Tears. And by the way, fabulous. We have fabulous additions, to our math department that we're very concerned about. How do these cuts impact the greater community? Our community has justifiably prided itself on delivering a high caliber education. That education has also garnered a reputation that should itself be a source of pride. Warren Buffett, who may or may not know a thing or two about smart investments, said it takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. Countless economic studies have tied a community's home value to its school system. And one of the most significant measures of quality is the very thing community leaders can determine, the student to teacher ratio. Maintaining a quantifiable and very public metric of our school system's quality announces to every family that's considering a home in Manchester or Essex that their children will be cherished, considered our most prized possessions, and that their children's education is worth the investment. So we ask the salaries of several teachers equal to the financial loss to every address in these two towns. Our district strategic plan proudly proclaimed that we are committed to raising and educating young adults to become empathetic global citizens, deep critical thinkers, and that we take personal responsibility for their education. Commitment means adhering to values even when things are not easy and not convenient. Commitment to educating our children is a promise to them that we will do everything to ensure that they are given the resources that support the education that they deserve. These proposed cuts undermine their education and truthfully render the word commitment hollow. So please reconsider. We have an incredible group of kids here, and we had a STEM, we're rocking that tonight. But where we are, in we need to have these opportunities to do that. So please reconsider.
Before you speak, just 1 second. I just want to reiterate to everyone, so there's multiple reasons for doing this. One is for us to hear the input from the community. It's also for our town boards who are here and paying attention to hear input from the communities they represent as well. And for us to hear from each other. And this conversation that's been going on now for a couple of weeks, it's really important that we hear all viewpoints. And I love, and I think there's value in hearing all of this support. And again, our town boards and leaders are hearing that as well. But I just want to reiterate that all opinions and outlooks on this are welcome. And if you're someone who maybe sees things a little bit differently, yes, you're in a room full of people who so far have represented one viewpoint. But I would really invite you to speak your piece tonight and take this opportunity to help us understand and help your neighbors understand your viewpoint as well. So I just really want to make sure that people aren't waiting for something, that now is the time to get in line and speak, if that's the case. Please, Jim.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jim McKinnon. I live on 5 Brook Path Lane in Essex, Mass. My wife and I moved here 15 years ago, chiefly because of the value and quality of education that we knew our daughter would receive coming to this school system. So naturally, I was disappointed in the overriding pass at the town vote recently. And was frankly confused that we could approve a funding for 21 kids to opt out of the district for an amount that was almost $100,000 more than the override proposed for the public schools, which, for the record, I didn't support. But I just don't think that education is the avenue or venue that I feel we should be cutting corners. These kids have already lost so much with COVID, and my daughter, being a freshman, is now just entering the world of possibilities that these programs can offer, particularly the French program, which she has excelled in. And while I think it's admirable that the upperclassmen can continue to enter pathway with the opportunities presented, like the seal of biliteracy and college requirements and so forth. You know, there are students, the underclassmen, they've already, completed a significant part of the curriculum and are now having that pathway pulled, proposed to have that pathway pulled from under them. And I just feel that that's patently unfair, and not to mention the other programs and, that are potentially being affected by this. So I just, I just wanted to say that we support the budget as originally proposed by the superintendent. And we ask that you reconsider these cuts and give these kids a chance. Thank you for the.
Gillian Polk, I'm one of the counselors at the high school, 8 days ago, Scarborough. I'm editing what I've written. We've heard about the vision of the graduate, which really also is a way to get kids some ways to tie classroom learning with real world experience. And I think some of the things on the table for cutting are just the type of classes that are natural conduits to that kind of experience. Most if not all high school freshmen don't know what they're interested in pursuing academically. If they do, often they shift their attention based on a class they take or a connection with the high school teacher. An aspiring doctor is shifted to majoring in engineering. A performing arts person is majoring in French. There are lots of interests and a lot of variety that students want to pursue. If we make these cuts now, how and when could we have these educational programs back in our program of studies? A small school like ours has fewer offerings and more scheduling conflicts. And as somebody who's faces students when they get their schedules for the following year, a lot of times there's a lot of angst, there's a lot of anger because they can't get maybe the dream elective they want because it's when they have to take the math class. That's going to be a bigger problem when there's only one CAD class or one green team class or one video class. They're going to have less opportunity to take the electives they want. There always is a block every year where students can't get any elective because of the electives offered that block. Either they don't have the prerequisite or they've already taken the classes. So what do we do then? We try to be creative, but then that shows you on the number sheet that there are people not in classes, or maybe they're doing teaching assistants or whatnot, but that's what we have to offer. And that's going to be a bigger problem, the fewer sections of electives and classes we have. And it is a problem. It's already a problem. And then it will be more difficult for students to reach high-level courses in an area of interest because they may not be able to take the entry-level classes due to scheduling conflicts. And then separately, I'm not in the middle school, but to hear that the health class might shift, badly have been told since COVID, we really need to focus on the mental well-being of our students. And I would say that's taken a real toll on the mental health teachers because we do care about our students, not just academically, and the teachers have worked really hard to try to balance academic standards with the emotional needs of students and to mess with the health class at the middle school is a huge problem. I see that as just, it's a slap in the face of what we're being told to do in the best interest of our students' well-being. And if that, I mean, obviously I'm a counselor, I feel it strongly, but the kids need more of that now than ever, and you're talking about changing it, and if I remember correctly, not only are you changing that, but then our teacher is gonna have 30 seventh graders at a time in her class, it's crazy. Yeah, so you also, I think, I get you to think about the mental well-being of the teachers.
Rule 45 Forest Ave, Essex. I voted in favor of the override. I'm in favor of the original budget. I'm gonna repeat a lot of what I said at town meeting, because I feel like it was the best description of why I'm so in favor of this. My husband and I moved to Essex almost 10 years ago, in large part because there were excellent schools here. And, you know, we moved out of the city because we didn't want to send our kid to a school that she was gonna be with 35 kids in a class. These proposed cuts take us very quickly from being an excellent public school education to being a pretty mediocre one. And I don't know about everybody else, but my taxes are already too high to send my kids to a mediocre public school. I understand no one wants their taxes to go up, and mine have gone up consistently since I've lived here. But this is the one place that I think we should all be in favor of making an investment. When I was dropping my son off at school on Monday morning, Fiona Dooley, who is our wonderful chorus instructor, handing out flyers to try to encourage parents to come to this meeting. And it was a level of heartbreak that I was not prepared for on a Monday morning. I have a daughter in 4th grade who has really struggled socially, and she joined chorus the moment she could. She goes to school early, 3 days a week for chorus, for rock band, for band. And it has been a lifeline for her. It is a place where she finds confidence and comfort and other kids like her. And I think sometimes with this idea that are somehow a luxury or frivolous, but they're not. This is what competitive school systems offer. And on the other side of every single one of these cuts, there is a kid and a teacher who is going to feel the pain very immediately. And it's true, you know, our kids have been through an awful lot. I've heard a lot of people saying like, well, when in my day, we didn't offer all this stuff. We didn't have teachers' aides, but it's not your day anymore. What the young men said is entirely true. We want to take our property values. The best thing we can do is start stripping away at our school and offer a lousy public school education where no one wants to live here anymore. So my daughter would feel these cuts immediately, and it would be really, really hard for her. But I want to talk for a minute about my little guy. He was the little blonde boy who said he would miss everything because he hasn't gotten to do anything yet. And it's true, he's in kindergarten. He hasn't even begun to get the benefits of this incredible school system that we moved here for. So, you know, not only do the kids who are going to school today feel the pain of this, but every future kid in this district will feel these cuts for an awfully long time. So I'll just say I'm disappointed in Essex. Essex, I'm really disappointed in you. You know, we had an opportunity to just not even have this meeting and to be done with this. And here we are again. So, you know, what I said to everybody is this, like, I want to be from a town that is willing to invest in future generations, not a town that thinks only of themselves.
Hello, my name is Joe Janak. I live at 230 Beltway West, Medford. I'm a band director and music teacher for grades 6 through 12. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself, the music department, and performing arts in general, which includes teachers, students, and families. These proposed cuts will have a drastic and negative impact on all of our students and many programs across many disciplines. You have heard and presumably will continue to hear about the loss of foreign language, visual arts, health, wellness, and STEM and environmental science classes. I will keep my statement focused on music and performing arts, to which the current teaching staff has dedicated a combined total of over 40 years to the district. Years spent building and maintaining programs, forging relationships, and instilling a passion and appreciation for music through band and chorus, music classes, jazz band and a cappella, newly formed rock bands, and performing at concerts and a variety of community and civic events. Also of note, we as a department have finally felt like we've been able to gain momentum and start the rebuilding process from the impacts of COVID. Yes, everything was impacted by the pandemic, but it's hard to find another subject matter department that was as negatively affected by the guidelines and restrictions. While math classes could still math and English classes could still English, we were severely limited in our ability to music. There was no singing allowed inside, leaving our choral groups to rehearse outside. The spacing for instrumentalists and singers was also further than others, impacting where we were able to hold class to minimal. Holding any semblance of performance class via Zoom was impossible. Programs all over saw decreased enrollment because of COVID. This was especially seen at the elementary and middle school levels. This is where the foundational skills are taught and built upon so that they can become the self-sufficient and confident musicians they are in high school and graduates, as you've seen. We weathered that storm and are finally building back up participation and enthusiasm, and it would be a shame for something else beyond our control to impact that progress negatively. The discussion of small class sizes has come up a lot as it relates to the subjects being spoken about tonight and the entire budget process. It's worth considering, however, that the class sizes in these programs are small due to a lack of allocated resources and investment. By cutting or severely reducing the programming options in the music department, for example, participation will likely continue to decrease, even though this participation would help align with the district's strategic plan. Participating in the music program and classes, especially performance ensembles, helps students achieve the qualities laid out in our district's vision of the graduate. By taking part in the music program, students' social and emotional well-being benefit greatly. They are presented with opportunities to collaborate creatively with their classmates, learn about conflict resolution, compromise, and regulate themselves emotionally. Additionally, there are multiple studies that show the cognitive impact and benefits of music, especially performing. These include increasing memory, executive functioning, and problem solving. Ensuring access to music education helps make our students more well-rounded and increases the impact of their overall educational experience. The fact that all of our music classes and ensembles are curricular, part of the day, and graded means that all students have access to our program and therefore to that improved educational experience. Any cuts or changes to this program would be seen and felt across the board. We are just finishing our first normal year in the performing arts since the 2018-19 school year. We held all of our normal concerts and even added more. If you were at any of our concerts or performances this year, you saw the passion and talent being showed by the students who performed and the teachers who organized it. Please let us continue to build and give us the resources and support we need to showcase the amazing musical, theatrical, and artistic talents of our students.
I'm Nadia Wexler, Penrose Hill, Manchester. And I also support the original budget, but more importantly, I support doing something so we're not here again a year from now. To echo what a lot of people have said, my family and I moved here in the summer of 2016 from Germany. And the reason we came to Manchester, I took on a job in Gloucester, is because of the reputation of the school district. I have 3 children. When we moved here, my son went into 5th grade, immediately joined a chorus and has continued to do so. He was incredibly lucky. He got selected to junior district chorus before COVID, which was an amazing experience. The other thing, though, is the school district, it's important that it continue to offer a breadth of classes, a breadth of subjects, because like all of human beings, children are multifaceted, and you never know what will spark their interest. Our son started, or rather finished 8th grade and started high school in COVID. He's now a junior. He really struggled coming out of COVID. He came finally full-time again, back in the classroom sophomore year, because tail end of freshman, they were still kind of in hybrid. He had the great luck to end up in Mr. Millie's biotech class, and that has sparked an interest that he's just flying with. And he continues to tell me that's what he wants to study when he leaves here. I'm so grateful that he had that opportunity. Our daughter, who's now a seventh grader, I'd say to my chagrin or chagrin, as they say in French, in fifth grade chose to go into French. I say that because I grew up speaking Spanish. My family's from Argentina, and so I always hoped my kids would speak Spanish. But, you know, having said that, she, in sixth grade, had the great luck to be in Mrs. Cocho's class, loved it. Since then, texts me basically only in French. And I asked her tonight because she couldn't be here, I asked her, you know, can you give me some words that I can say on your behalf? And she said, I feel it's not a good choice to get rid of French in high school. All the kids who studied it have really just been getting knowledge so they can continue in high school and really learn the language. Getting rid of it can mean all that time was a waste. Many of us want to take French in high school. It's one of the things that we like about the Manchester school system. And if the proposed budget cuts go through, I would seriously have to consider looking for a different school for her. I can't face her and say, I'm so sorry. You just can't do it. You're going to have to learn French, Spanish, whether you like it or not. My youngest child, who's current fourth grader at Memorial, is not let's just say she's different than her two older siblings in that language, math, and all that are not her strengths. She gets E's or exceeding across the board in arts and music. She has loved singing with Miss Dooley. She loves anything artistic, and I've already talked to Mrs. Mano about what does middle school have to offer. I've looked at what the high school has to offer, and I know that's so critical for her because she also needs something that will incite her passion, make her happy, and show that she can shine too, even if, you know, she doesn't get math immediately or struggles with writing. The other thing I want to add is that when I was growing up, my parents often told us, don't expect an inheritance when we die. What we're going to do is give you guys an education. And they made sure that my sister and brother and I went to the best schools we could. And it's thanks to that I have the career I have. I'm an attorney. I've gotten so many job opportunities because of language skills that my parents were able to cultivate. And I can't say thank you enough to them for giving me all those opportunities. I can't look at my kids in the eye and tell them, I'm sorry, I'm not willing to stand up for you and make sure you get equivalent opportunities. For my own mental health, I run mostly around Manchester. I see so much wealth. And then I hear of these budget cuts and I just don't understand. How can we be so short-sighted? How can we not see the importance of making sure our children come out of here ready to thrive? I work for a company that is in the high-tech sector. We can't find the engineers to fill the roles we need. We're just not competitive anymore. And the budget cuts that are being proposed, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts to our school system. We're going to end up with children who are unable to thrive, unable to succeed. I just don't understand how that's something we could wish for any of our kids. Not in our community, not in our country, not in our and I would end by asking, can we think outside the box? What else can we do? I mean, can we go around asking parents to donate money? I don't know. I'd be very happy doing that because frankly, I'd still come out ahead than if I had to fund 3 private school educations, assuming I could come up with that money.
Hi, I'm Fiona Dooley. I'm at 150 Lafayette Street in Salem, Massachusetts. Thank you so much for all the support for the music, for all our departments and for the music department and for me. So I teach music mostly at Manchester Elementary, but I've also been the interim director of the Sound Waves for the last 2 years. And I teach chorus at Essex and rock band at both schools. And I don't want to see any of these cuts go through, like health would be particularly disastrous, transportation, I don't want to see, we need our one-on-one paras, especially the elementary school, they need gym, they need all this stuff, but I'm going to talk about music because that's what I know. And we've already heard a lot of good arguments about how the arts will help our students succeed in careers and in life, and that's all true. I agree with all of that. But if I may be subjective, let's not forget what the arts are really about. And in my opinion, what they're about is the soul, the human soul. This is not just about our kids' academic or intellectual development. This is about their development as people. And this might be the worst possible time in history to take away that outlet for students. The arts are about processing and expressing our emotions. They're about deciding what matters to us, finding meaning in our lives, about connecting with others. And our students need that just as much as they need their academics. And what good are academics if you don't know what matters to you? That every day I see firsthand how our music ensembles are helping kids recover emotionally from the pandemic. It can be a way for students to excel. It can be a way for students to fit in, even if they don't have other places where they can excel and fit in. We have so many talented student musicians in the district. Some of them are here tonight. And I'm afraid that if these cuts go through, they would have to go outside of the school system to get their training. Like Charlie pointed out, every artist that you appreciate had to be trained. And it's not fair that a kid who wants to be a lawyer or something, no offense to lawyers, could come out of here with a head start on their peers. But a kid who wants to be a professional musician would either be behind going to college or would have to pay privately. And what if the kid's family doesn't have money? You know, we're supposed to be a school district for all the students, no matter how much money their family has, no matter what their interests are or what they want to do as a career. I care so much about my students and about this district, but I think you all should know that I am one of the many teachers who might be forced to leave if my position were cut down. I'm already a part-time employee, and if my position were cut down anymore, I understand it's not about wanting more money, it's about I wouldn't be able to pay my rent. And so I don't want to have to do that. I don't, even having the uncertainty, I might not be able to afford that uncertainty. So just understand that, yes, fewer options would be a consequence of these cuts going through, but another consequence would be, as somebody else mentioned, the high turnover rate of teachers. Because how can you have experienced teachers who are invested in the community if they stay here for 3 years and then they have to leave because they're not being offered enough to pay their expenses? So as you've seen, the teachers here are invested in your students' education and in their development as people. And we're asking you all to make an investment too. Thank you for your time.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rick Fedorowicz, 18 Briar Road, Manchester. I've been here for 11 years. My background is in finance and in governance, so I'm pretty boring compared to these great stories and qualitative views. Mine's more process-driven and structural. So what strikes me about where we are today is we have three things going. We have a structural agreement issue between Essex and Manchester. How much is reimbursed per kid? That needs to be addressed. It's always going to plague the two towns. And so obviously it's not going to be addressed this year, but we'll kick the can only so far before we have to address it, and it has to be addressed. The second is a transparency problem. We don't have visibility into the way budgetary allocations are done, similarly that we have for our town budget. We see the cop car and Captain Dusty's taking over the snack stand over St. Beach, right? We have no visibility into how the strategic approach is being taken, overlaid against the spending and the headcount and the allocations across that. And that for me is very abnormal, particularly for a publicly funded entity, never mind for the entities that I govern. So from a governance perspective, just for your fiduciary obligations alone, visibility should be very high and transparent to the constituents. The third piece is really qualitative. So what we're hearing, I think, is thoughtful. We're going into a world where rote knowledge in the Austrian school by which we currently use is going to be partially obsolete. So what we really need to do is foster creativity, thinking outside the box, the arts, the beauty, the music, the things that inspire us. And so to the extent that we're taking a highly quantitative approach using an Austrian school system to a highly qualitative subjective issue is a little sad. The quantitative approach is, okay, here are the kids and here are the heads, and here's the cost, and these are easy because we can drop these people because they don't have tenure, right? Versus the qualitative approach, how are we going to have a very rich, whole human educational experience with these children so that they can proceed into this next century with great progress, right? And so, yeah, sure, you can learn math using, a bunch of online courses, and you can have this phonics advanced math who's done a great job with our team, right? And so when you start to make these incremental cuts, I think you make a massive non-incremental impact. So I'd be very cautious about how you're looking at these as incremental costs and incremental cuts. Rather, look at the whole person experience and how it all fits in as a mosaic, particularly with creativity. And so I would advocate for those three approaches. One, look at the apportionment over time. Two, fund the whole budget for now until we fix the apportionment. And three, really take a highly qualitative approach rather than a quantitative approach to the whole person as you're looking at the funding of this. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Avery Hayes. I live at Timbercreek Drive, Massachusetts. I am a TA, specifically in that room over there. I suppose I do support the original budget, and I do think that the question should be asked again to the Essex voters. Yeah. People have talked a lot about the human impact that this will have on the soul of our school system, and I do think that's important, but I think they can speak to it a lot better than I can, and using better words, unfortunately. But I think that it's completely normal for the Essex voters to maybe want to cut the fat of a government program, or maybe they feel ignored, like has been mentioned before, about a certain building. However, I think after the actual budget was revised and shown to people, to a lot of the teachers here who work, it was very shocking, I think. And yes, but work here every day. This is how we earn our money. We pay attention to these things a lot more than average voters should have to pay attention to these things. So even to us, it was extremely distressing. And now that I think we have to face the ugly reality of what happened, I think that they deserve to be asked again, now that they have all the information in front of them and a clear path to decide where to go forward. But that's all my comments. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Paul Leary. I'm at 12 Forest Street, Manchester. I'm a senior who's been involved in performing arts at the high school for all 4 years. As a rising freshman, I was incredibly excited to jump into our theater program, which has just been revitalized with the addition of a musical. Previously, I had been involved in various middle school productions, which included at least 40 student actors. After auditioning and beginning our first show, our cast quickly realized that we lacked a lot of the money that other extracurriculars received. It was frustrating to watch a football team who was D7 and lacking participants receive new jerseys while we struggled to string together enough money for us. Despite all that hardship, our Drama Fest show was able to move on to the semifinals for the first time in almost 5 years. Everything was going great until ... COVID. This has been the biggest issue that's hit our program. And we had little support, little money, and no way to perform for about a year and a half. Despite this, our group once again came together to hold online talent shows. The chorus and sound moves using an app called Soundtrack, which allowed us to create music online. Through this app, we were able to collaborate with other schools to create virtual a cappella nights, and our student success continued with 4 chorus members being selected to the Massachusetts District Chorus at the high school level and 1 student to the All-State Chorus the following year. I can say without a doubt that none of this would be possible without our fearless chorus leader, Miss O'Neill. As a teacher, Miss O'Neill focused on technical aspects of the voice. We took time to become better singers, which would normally only happen with the help of an outside director or singing lessons. Unfortunately, Miss O'Neill had to take a leave of absence back in spring of 2021. As a chorus and sound and a cappella group, we are still working to get back to that high performance value of the past. Meanwhile, our theater company built itself back up, and once again, we made it to the semifinal of Drama Fest last year. Since then, we've put on 2 incredible musical productions, and as a group, the drama department worked incredibly hard to put on these shows. We've received little to no help from the school and spent hundreds and hundreds of hours building sets, building costumes, all of doing everything to put these shows together. And while it was difficult, I loved every single minute of it. It's shocking to hear that these programs that I care about so much are once again on the cutting room floor. My peers and I have worked tirelessly to keep this program above ground because we had to. We would reach milestones and then find out that something else was keeping us down. It has been a very difficult past 4-year battle to keep this program going. And honestly, I don't know how much more we have to lose. There isn't much more that you can take from us that you haven't already. I appreciate each and every member of the school committee because I understand what difficult of a job you guys have. But it seems that testing at college and the future of our students seems to be at the forefront of your decisions. By cutting these programs, kids will have no chance to become well-rounded. You will strip them of creativity and multiple career opportunities. Please don't be the reason a child can't pursue music, acting, photography, arts, robotics, sustainability, or French. Thank you for your time.
All right, hi everyone, my name is Bridget Carbolino, I live at 64 Vine Street in Manchester. I'm a sophomore here at Manchester Essex, and I didn't really have anything like written out to say today, so I'm just gonna ramble for a little bit, sorry. But I didn't think I could just sit here and listen to all these people I know, students here, teachers here, talk about their experiences and what this means to them and not contribute anything. I just lost a lacrosse game, which is tough. But the one thing that frustrates me more than losing, and everybody here who I know knows I'm super competitive, so this is saying a lot. The one thing that frustrates me more than losing is watching education opportunities be taken away. I am the daughter of an educator, and it's just like my education is super, super important to me. I'm a 3-sport athlete. I play field hockey, I play basketball, and I play lacrosse. But beyond being an athlete, and hopefully college bound, I am a student first. And I have a lot of things at Manchester that have been super important to me and that are at risk now because of this. To start, I want to talk about French. I've never really been a language person. I definitely always gravitated towards math and sciences, but I started taking French in 6th grade and I really loved it. And throughout my time here at Manchester Essex, I've had a series of incredible French teachers who have kind of pushed me towards the subject and guided me and encouraged me and kind of one-on-one, like given me a love for the language that it hurts now to see it at risk of being taken away. And I've learned so much in the past couple of years. I love the language, and the idea that there are people coming who aren't going to be able to take it is really hard to hear. I've developed a very strong personal bond with a lot of the French teachers I've had. They have grown my love for the language. I'm so excited next year. I was planning on going on a French trip, and that was like a highlight of my year. That's the idea of that. And just kind of like, even in the hallway, when I'm on the show, we'll go up and she's like, "Are you planning on taking AP?" And I was like, "Yeah." So just, I really, really love the French program at this school. And like I said before, I wasn't really a language person. So the idea of taking Spanish, no offense to Mr. Belgrade, was not like a super interesting idea for me. But being able to find a language that I love and person that sparked my interest was an amazing experience. And to have that continue to grow as I've been here has been amazing. And then I have a younger brother, he's in the middle school, he's 6th grade. And he's not here tonight, but I'm gonna like speak on his behalf, if that's okay, he didn't tell me to say this. But the other thing, at dinner, we were kind of talking about the budget cuts, and we were saying one of the first things to go was they're proposing getting rid of French. And I just like looked at him, the way his face fell, it was like super upsetting, because ever since 3rd grade, when I started like, I actually don't know the numbers, but when I started taking French, he would be like, we'd be talking about it, and he'd be like, I really want to take French. I don't want to take Spanish, I want to take French. And so to have the idea, to see him kind of be like, I'm not going to be able to take French when I get to high school, it was really upsetting. And I wanted to have that opportunity. I wanted to be able to do whatever he wants. Another thing also on my brother's behalf in the middle school is the proposed cuts to health and wellness. I haven't like done a ton of digging into it, so I don't really know what that entails, but I'm a really strong advocate for pushing health and knowledge of health and wellness in all areas, physical health, mental health. I, as an athlete, as a student, as somebody who like knows people who have gone through mental health struggles, I think it's so important that we have this education. And in my personal experience, this school district has not even done enough to meet those requirements. We haven't learned enough about mental health, about ways to deal with stuff, about the way our bodies work. And I think that is so important for middle schoolers going into high schoolers to have. And instead of furthering this and improving this area, we are cutting back, and that's not okay. I'm somebody who personally partakes in a lot of the arts. I did band throughout middle school, and I love Mr. Jack. He was amazing. I didn't. My brother does, and he would like go home and I'll be like playing the drums with his pencil and like on his computer and doing his assignment. And I know so many people who the arts are super important to, and I'm such a strong believer that creativity and imagination and just kind of following your heart is super important. And these are areas where it's not, doesn't just impact like, oh, so-and-so won't be able to go out and like draw today. It impacts so many other areas of life. And I think it's like super important that people I know who are into the arts, the people I know will be into the arts when they come up, to have them not have this prospect, to have all the opportunities they need for the art is really devastating. I am personally really interested in STEM. I always was gravitated towards it, but when I got to Manchester Essex, I had a series of science teachers who really just grabbed my attention, and I know what I want to do with my life, and it's thanks to them. Miss Millie was my biology teacher last year, and she kind of fostered this really intense love for the sciences, and I just kind of picked up on it and I ran with it. And that is what I know I want to do with my life as a sophomore, which kind of sounds a little crazy, and hopefully I don't change my mind. But, and then this year I decided to take an anatomy elective, and I have Dr. B, who has my whole heart. She is incredible. The stuff I have learned is like, I feel like I'm learning stuff beyond my years. I feel like I'm so ahead. We were doing a cat dissection a couple months ago, and I was like, this is crazy that I have this opportunity to learn about the muscles in the body, to learn about the bones, the way things work. And I'm always so interested in the ways things work, and to have the idea that, well, obviously in general, like the STEM is at risk, but to have this be true for everybody, the things that they gravitate towards, the things that they're interested in, be at risk.
Go ahead and let the dogs
It
out.
feels like to me, if they were gonna yank those opportunities away, and I don't know what I would do without it. And second,
not again.
These second two things. But in relation to that, my personal experience at Manchester is that we've definitely really pushed these core careers. Things to do with sciences, math, lots of English and stuff. And that's kind of like what's always been expected of you. You're gonna go out and you're gonna be like a lawyer, or you're gonna go be an engineer, or you're gonna go be a doctor. And I think already not enough attention is paid to careers and paths that don't follow these like core main things that people focus so much on. And I think it's already been a problem that these things receive so much attention, while like areas that have other people's interests don't. And so I think that like cutting back on the arts and on languages like French, like Martha was saying, like her interest in French, you're getting rid of the interests people have in careers, and you're kind of just putting them on this path to go become the people that you think that they want to be without giving them the opportunities to explore and to think what they want to try new things. And you're just kind of pushing the idea of what you think a graduate should be without, and furthering, and limiting the opportunities that people have to kind of discover it and learn more about this. We're just kind of being like, getting rid of the arts and, cutting back in the arts and getting rid of French. You're kind of limiting what people have exposure to, and limiting exposure just is never a good thing. So that's like mostly everything. I just want teachers that I've had who, even if their jobs are not directly impacted, I can see how much this means to them. I've had teachers who have seen near tears because people they know are at risk, their jobs are at risk. They're watching people who are in the subjects that they love and have fostered a learning for years, maybe not have the opportunities that they ought to have. And at the end of the day, they're not just like cuts to the school. There are people who have worked hard for these students and hard for the district and have poured years and years into this. So whether they're like directly impacted or not, everybody in the school district is, everybody is emotional about it. Everybody feels like a ripple effect. And I want to just call out some of the teachers that have had like a really personal impact on me. Miss Humility, I already talked about. I did not get her biotech elective this year and I was devastated, but I love being her student and I love learning under her. And it's just was so meaningful to me. And she just really fought for this for me. Dr. B, I love your anatomy class so much. I definitely am thinking about going to a medical field, and it's just like, I feel like I have a leg up. It's definitely fostering that. Madame Pichot, your class was one of my favorites. Every day I'd be like, oh, I have French next, let's go. It was just so exciting. And being able to learn new language, especially when language wasn't something that came naturally to me, you just made it so exciting and fun. And, of course, it's the same thing this year. I went from one excellent French teacher to another, who in both of them have this like very personal connection with their students. And it's not just learning language, it's learning about culture, it's learning about who you are, it's learning so many things that aren't just verbs and conjugations. And also Ms. Shaw, because I love that, and you make it really fun, and it's awesome. I don't know how many people can say math is fun, but it definitely is. So everybody else wants to ask.
Hold on. Just
Yes.
one quick
Hold on.
second. Just one quick second, sandwiched in between the art student and the athlete. We're repeating something that I just want to make very clear, that the 516 reduction to arts is only a reduction to the addition of a performing arts coordinator. It's a reorganization of staff that eliminates excess capacity. So there's a staff reorganization. But we would maintain once a week elementary, the chorus, the rock band, general music at the middle school, chorus 612, and general music at the middle school and band 612. That is the intent. There's no intended program reduction there, but there is an intention to reduce staff based on enrollment. But instead of hiring a performing arts coordinator with that savings, we would just be taking it as a budget reduction. One other point of reference, currently funding performing arts in the district, this is prior to the cuts, am I right? This is FY23 funding, is a $450,000 allocation for performing arts and $400,000 for athletics. Athletics is supplemented another $250,000 by user fees. So we only pay 60% of that program. The reason athletics isn't on this list is because we were specifically targeting enrollment-driven areas. So not a value judgment, just that was the rationale behind it, and that's the core cost separation. We are dedicated to both aspects.
And just one more thing before you go. I love the enthusiasm and the passion we have here tonight, and I've already spoken to inviting other viewpoints, which is wonderful. Just as a practical matter, it is 8:35 at night, and hey, I can stay here till Carlos kicks me out. But I just want to invite people to be aware of that time, recognizing also that we haven't even gotten to the online participants, which currently are numbering 90, but it was at a top of 112. So it's not just this room. And so I would invite you to consider tailoring your your messages to the most impactful and brief opportunities. I'm not going to stop you with a timer or anything, but if you could keep it to maybe 2 minutes or less, that would be really helpful for the online people who are waiting so patiently to also be able to participate. Please.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Oldman. I live at 61 School Street, Manchester. I graduated from Manchester, Essex with the class of 2021, 2 years ago. I'm currently a rising junior at Barnard College of Columbia University in New York City. My family moved here from Beverly when I was in 2nd grade for the purpose of a very strong school system. I began learning Spanish the first day I got here. I'm here 2 days before I leave to go back to New York City because this matters so much. Just to I'm emotional, but I'll get through this. I began learning Spanish the first day I got here. The world language department in this school system is among the strongest. At least it was. I took 2 AP Spanish classes taught by Mr. Billsbury and Ms. Magana while a student here and gained a seal of biliteracy. The reason for this is the strong world language education I began receiving in the 2nd grade, but especially throughout middle school with Ms. Osler. This is when you learn the basics of grammar and vocabulary, allowing you to excel to go more in depth into language and culture in high school. I have many peers from my class who received this skill in French, demonstrating their very strong proficiency in language. I'm a biology major in college, which was completely motivated by the upper level science electives, including anatomy and physiology, biotechnology, authentic science research, as well as AP biology, which were taught by Ms. Umilia and Dr. Brooks. These helped me find my love of science, gave me experience in terms of coursework and opportunities to work in a real science research lab that has proven invaluable in my preparation for a rigorous Ivy League education. I cannot emphasize this enough. I would also like to mention the valuable skills I learned in technology from high school arts electives, including photography and video graphic design. I learned to use Adobe Illustrator from my sophomore year, and I've continued to use it to format results figures for science research literally a week ago. I also greatly benefited from the arts programs at this school throughout middle and high school in the form of musical theater, which is where I have met my best friend in college. I won't elaborate further because everyone else has already done a great job, but I just want to make clear that even so-called science students also benefit from the arts. Because of the strength of this school system during my time at Manchester, Essex, I am fluent in Spanish. I found a home through theater at college. I'm literate in important technology programs, and I'm a co-author on a recently published science research publication. Clearly my lips are quivering, my eyes are watering when I entered earlier and now, but I cannot fathom the nerve to consider cutting any of these programs. The kids in this district who I have babysat, who I met as a counselor at summer camp, who sit excitedly in the audience of musicals and concerts here, do not deserve this. They deserve so much more. Sorry. The fantastic teachers at this school deserve stability and support. They're here right now at 8:40 p.m. on a Tuesday because they care. The teachers, the classes, the small class sizes, and the learning environment offered by this school when I was a student taught me the most important things I know, gave me the greatest opportunities I've had, and made me the person that I am today. Please remember these thoughts in your consideration of cutting any of these programs and outlining next school year's budget. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Kinch, 50 Lincoln Ave, Manchester. I have a daughter who's a junior in the high school and another daughter who graduated with the class of 2022. And her name is Olivia Gato, and she was able to be here, so she wanted me to present this on her behalf. After hearing from my mom about possible budget cuts, I knew I had to at least try to do something to prevent what was being proposed. I hope that hearing about my experience at Manchester has an impact on the community, even if it is just one person. This issue is very close to my heart, as one of the programs potentially being cut contributes to what shaped who I am today. Mr. Gray and the Green Team have done more for me than I could ever imagine. I took his class freshman year, having no idea what sustainability even was.
The class is essentially made up of two parts. It first teaches about the environment, climate change, etc. The second part allows students to create their own project that helps the community become more sustainable. My freshman year, I wrote and applied for 3 local grants to purchase new, more environmentally friendly water fountains for the school. With the guidance of Mr. Gray, I was able to successfully receive over $3,000 to cover the cost to install water fountains for every unit in this building. This class allowed me to have creative freedom and independence over a project that benefits the community and the environment. Another student in my class planted the trees that produces vegetables that are used in the cafeteria today. So many of my peers have created other impactful projects similar to these. Our community would not be the same without classes like this. During my time at Manchester, I was never someone who felt super passionate about anything in school. Mr. Gray, the opportunities he provided me made me feel like I had a purpose and helped me become more involved in the school community. If I hadn't gotten involved with him my freshman year, I would have never, not only all right, hold on. I would have never been not only the student, but the person I am today. I know so many of my classmates that felt this way about a certain teacher or class, and cutting them will rob younger generations from having the opportunity to explore interests outside of school. Mr. Gray's class taught me how to be independent, how to manage my time wisely, how to advocate for myself and what I believe in, but most importantly, gave me a sense of purpose in the school community. Following my freshman year, I decided to continue the class. So there's a green team and then green team scholar, and pursued it for a second time at a higher level. It was this year that I realized I wanted to focus my career in advocating for environmental policy and started taking interest into what I could do to contribute. Right now, I'm working towards a political science degree, George Washington University, with a minor in environmental policy, and hope to soon intern in a political institute where I could facilitate change. And this is all thanks to Mr. Gray. I hope that hearing how Mr. Gray impacted me inspires you all to advocate for our community. Thank you.
My name is Henry Stevens. I live at 16 Main Street, Essex, Massachusetts. I'm a sophomore at the high school. It is 8:44 p.m. and tomorrow I have a Spanish test and track practice after school. And I'd like to point out that I think it's frustrating that I have to be here right now. So I'm here to express my anger, as is my right. I'm not angry with Ms. Puglisi. I'm not angry with Ms. Bowden. I'm not angry with the school board or the finance committee, although they are easy scapegoats and I have already felt angry towards them. I cannot be angry with them, although I disagree with the edits that they've proposed. I'm aware they are trying to do the best they can with a terrible situation. Although I am angry too with those who voted against the override, I'm aware that people feel firm in their reasoning, however much I disagree with it too. I'm outraged and unforgiving, however, towards every Essex parent that supported the override but simply didn't show up to vote. And I myself am from Essex and believe that that complacency is what got us here tonight into this mess. And one doesn't need glasses to see that this was largely a problem from lack of voter turnout, because the support to put the override on the ballot in Essex the week before was overwhelming. But just, however, the Monday after, just not enough people showed up to follow it through. So I say to all parents, voting is your duty. It is your civil duty, it's your duty to your kids, and the duty to the future. Us kids and teenagers don't have a voice in this the way you do. And I'd like to say that I'm quite disappointed that you've taken it for granted. And please, for our sake, for those that do not yet have the power that you do in these matters, please just show up for us. Ms. Puglisi said in an early email that roughly 70 kids would be affected, but this budget edit will affect every student in the school district. So please, parents, I'm begging you, do not take your power for granted again, because this cannot repeat. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caroline World. I'm 15 School Street in Manchester. And my question is directed more towards the Board of Selectmen and the FinCom. And I can see you got Manchester's all here. I just don't, is Essex Board of Selectmen in the room anywhere?
I think one of them was out in the lobby.
Okay, so they've left. So unfortunately, if someone can share this message to them as well. I support the budget as it was originally submitted. I'm emotional too, like somebody, so I'm sorry. I like to see the school committee support education in our district and our teachers by supporting that budget. The school budget is not broken. What is broken is the mechanism by which the town boards work that budget in. Both towns had boards in the past that knew that this was a problem, and they began conversation across both towns on how to start to approach this problem. And I would say that's probably like 5 or 6 years ago. I feel that communication has broken down. I call on the town boards of both towns to get back to that collaborative effort. And to both boards, I have heard the term scare tactics being used. These are not, these are targeted cuts. The school committee is not trying to scare anybody. Thank you.
My name is Hannah Davis and I live at 48 Forster Road in Manchester and I'm a sophomore at high school. I have been lucky enough to be able to take French since I was in the 6th grade. I consistently look forward to my French classes and have enjoyed every minute I have spent learning the language. My wonderful foreign language teachers have taught me about different French-speaking cultures and people. I have learned about the importance of learning about and accepting different cultures and groups of people. And a very important part of that is being able to learn the language itself. I've been privileged enough to take French for as long as I have, and I want many other students to be able to do the same. Even through COVID, my amazing and talented language teacher, Ms. Bosler, was able to engage us in language and teach us effectively, something that is very difficult to do. In fact, I love learning French so much in middle school, I decided to start learning Spanish along with my sister, Martha. The ability to take 2 languages is a privilege and opportunity that I am lucky to have access to. Last year, when my fellow student, Jack Cummins, started a French language and culture club. This club would not have been possible without the amazing French teachers we have at our school. I have loved being able to expand my learning outside of the classroom. My wish is for future students that come after me to have the same opportunities that I have had, as well as for my fellow French students and I to have the opportunity to finish our high-quality French education. Neither of which would be possible with the phase out of the French program proposed by the budget cut. Thank you so much to the amazing language teachers that I've had the privilege of having and learning from during my time at this school. Ms. Fortunato, they have already mentioned, but Ms. Fortunato, Ms. Magana, Ms. Pichot, Ms. Vossler, Mr. Billsbury, I love you all so much, and thank you for your time.
I'm Marianne Bradford. I live at 128 Old Essex Road in Manchester, and I basically agree with every last possible thing that has already been said this evening. I'm a former professional writer and actress and a musician. I'm a current mother to a rising high schooler, fully grown, and a rising middle schooler, and I fully support the full school budget. We are a multidisciplinary family. My husband's an accountant. My son is autistic and categorically obsessed with environmental sciences, but is most excited about finally getting to participate in chorus and band next year at the high school, and find his people. My daughter is a neurotypical student, or so we thought. A small class size in the elementary school has afforded her teacher with the ability to observe her and identify that she might just be as ADHD as her mom is. She is a sports enthusiast. She loves writing, and she had one of the leads in the 5th grade play this year. Here are a few things to consider, again, since we've already heard it from the others. 1, the students entering high school this year entered 6th grade, middle school, from their desks at home. They are entering high school for the first time, and they entered middle school from their desks. It's only been 3 years. We all know that students' mental health suffered greatly because of the pandemic. And as Fiona Dooley and all the other music teachers up here have pointed out, the arts are imperative to the mental health and well-being of all people, from their formative years to middle and high school and beyond. Every single person who has stood up to speak this evening has somewhere, sometime in their education, they gained the confidence to speak in public.
But I live in Manchester and I can sense preaching to the choir. With all due respect, Pam, while Mercy is no more Manchester than it is Essex, Essex is where the concerns lie. Earlier, we heard an Essex Board of Selectmen stand up and say that they recommend a compromise, not the original budget, which would take time that we do not have at the expense of our kids. This is unacceptable. The apportionment talks do need to happen so that we aren't here next year, so that we aren't just kicking the can down the road. But our students certainly should not bear the weight of the adults' communication challenges. A committee member said that the board would vote based on the Board of Selectmen suggestions and requests. I just found out 2 speakers ago that the Board of Selectmen from Essex are no longer here, so I don't know who can answer this question, but 3,600 total Essex residents. How many of them are voting age? Does anybody know?
We actually have, so we were wondering that too. We have 2 members of the Essex Board of Selectmen online, one by call-in and one online. Ruth or Peter, would either of you care to answer that question? If so, please unmute yourself. Oh,
Teresa, can you repeat the question? How many of the 3,600 people are registered to vote?
Yes.
Yeah,
I do
that's
not
here.
know that answer.
Well, I can tell you that there were 900 people who voted, 507 against, 388 for, 5 abstained. It's only a difference of 119 votes. 119 votes, and I'm here at 9 o'clock with you all fine people, and none of us have had dinner. This is ridiculous. We need to do something for our kids. Because misinformation is rampant. If you look at it online, and I hate Facebook, so whatever. But if you look at the comments online, there are so many people in Essex who have commented, I did not know, I didn't understand, I voted no because I've been to too many meetings and they say too much. There's so much more opportunity for people to see what is happening in our schools and for them to vote again. And I implore the school committee to please allow for that to happen. Thank you.
Before you start, I just want to clarify that earlier in the meeting, so we actually haven't heard from Board of Selectmen in Essex in this meeting. That was Sarah Mellish speaking as chair of the Manchester Finance Committee. So just as a clarification, that was the case, but we do have a couple on the line, so they may choose to speak after.
Can I just add to that? Sarah Mallard spoke on behalf of the select board and the FinCom for Manchester. We met and unanimously approved what was said.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jack Cummins. I'm a sophomore at the school and I live on 50 Walker Road in Manchester. I want to start by saying how fortunate I am to be a student at this school. This is a school district where I and the other students feel supported. There is an engaging learning environment and our teachers have an infectious enthusiasm. I have always thought of Manchester, Essex as a place with countless doors of opportunity, with every teacher ready to support us and help us open the doors that we might not be able to open on our own. You've already heard about new programming in the arts and science that are freshly built and now are at risk. Let me tell you about some of the doors that I and fellow students have seen opened. Madame Cochot and Madame Fortunato have opened the French language, French culture, and the entire French-speaking world. With enthusiasm, the answer is always yes. Can we build a French club? Yes. Can we publish a French cultural magazine? Yes. Mr. Cogger has opened doors to a different type of language. He invited me to work with him and build from scratch a new Python language course. Our math and science teachers are inspiring us every day, encouraging us to think in new ways, to explore and to build. My brother Tyler has had opportunities to be involved in music in numerous ways. Our teachers believe in their students. They give each of us opportunities to grow, to build, and sometimes even to lead. I think every student in this district could tell you similar examples of how we each have been given opportunities. Because we are here at Manchester Essex, and our teachers are always here for us and always opening doors for us. Please be here for our teachers and our students, and help our teachers to continue to open doors for current and future students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alana Carpenter, and I'm the parent of a senior, a sophomore, and a seventh grader. I live at 1 Sumac Lane in Manchester. I just want to speak in defense of the performing arts because I have performing arts students. I also have athletes, and my athletes have fabulous experiences here, and I do not need to speak in defense of those. I do have to speak in defense of performing arts. The superintendent stated that the revised budget represents cuts of classes and programs with the lowest enrollment. Let me give you some insight as to why performing arts here has low enrollment. The district at the high school level in particular sends a message to performing arts students that performing arts are not valued here, and 10 of them signed this letter that I sent in because it does represent the way they feel. So if you think that they feel that you equally support performing arts and sports, they do not. As a senior, vocal coach and advisor to Friends of Manchester Essex Performing Arts, and I've had a front row seat to the disparity between how sports and the performing arts are treated in the district. Let me give you an analogy. Our sports program is like a fully funded, well-kept house that all the athletes want to hang out in, and our performing arts program is like a dilapidated house that only the kids who truly care have stuck around trying to fix up themselves. I've watched my graduating senior and all of her friends live in this dilapidated house for 4 years. And now you're about to burn it down. Obviously, a second reason for low enrollment is COVID. We all know that. They didn't have the 5th grade play. They didn't have the middle school plays. Those kids are now, a lot of them quit. My second daughter quit. So the kids you have left are the kids that really care. These things are turning around. Another reason for low enrollment is the music department has suffered the enormous loss of the incredible mentor music teacher, Donna O'Neill, who taught fabulous classes, some of which are no longer offered. There are Band-Aids currently holding the music department together in her absence. I have told Lila to go speak to the department head. There is no department head. At times, history teachers have moderated piano, and I'm not kidding. For you to take as much as a handbell or a $4.99 sheet music download away from them is unacceptable. I get that sports has user fees to pay for things. I don't pay a user fee for theater. Want to know why? There's no one to send me a bill. We don't have an arts director. Well, we just can't have that yet. We need that to turn this around. In sports, there's an athletic director, and there's an admin. Those people send me bills. I pay the bills. There is nothing for the arts to support funding. Also, our performing arts it doesn't measure up to other towns around here. I've taken my kids to countless events in Gloucester, in North Reading, in Rockport, in Ipswich. They have higher enrollment because their program is cool. Our program is not as cool because it is not as well funded and it's not as well supported. So literally for you to say that the reason you're going to cut this program further because of low enrollment, when the low enrollment is because you cut it so badly already and not supported it, I couldn't sit in my chair. Because these kids live in my house and they hang out in my kitchen table. And they've been in my driveway, sitting 6 feet apart, with Charlie Weld playing her guitar. There's a ton of data as to why we have less enrollment and why we have less funding. And trust me when I tell you, Shoshi Collins will send it to you. So I'm not going to go over that now. But to have this happen on the seniors' way out is just a slap in the face to everything that they've done to hold this performing arts program together. A lot of them have quit. Some have stayed out of obligation in the hopes of leaving something behind for the performing arts kids coming after them. I watched my senior dissolve in tears at the kitchen table when she heard about the recommended cuts. She and her performing arts peers who are still here at 8:30 tonight are beaten down. Performing arts parents have watched our kids carry the performing arts departments on their own backs, and to make these cuts would break its back. I'm just gonna skip over some of this. You're just gonna keep losing kids to other, private high schools who are investing in the arts rather than cutting them. And I know this because I've been to their open houses, because the thought of sending another performing arts kid to this high school, I'm not sure that I can do it because there isn't the type of program, here for them. Lastly, I just want to touch on, just one thing. It's like, if we're only going to lose one teacher, like, to say that an elementary music teacher can also teach band, it just shows ignorance for music, if you've ever sang or played an instrument. I know they might technically be licensed to do that, but my music teacher friend literally said to me, I could never, in all caps. So just lastly, I just want to touch on French. My oldest daughter just took the fluency test for French, and she went on a French trip. And my middle school daughter also takes French, and she wants to follow in her footsteps and go to France, like Lila did on the class trip and all of that, and study abroad. And she will probably, if this were to happen, she would not be able to do that. But that's okay, because she's used to seeing her older sisters go on things like the 8th grade trip to Washington and the Mar Vista trip, things that are no longer offered, opportunities no longer offered to her in this district. And incidentally, when Lila was in 6th grade, she showed French, and I said to her, why do you want to take French? And she said, because when I go to Paris, the fashion capital of the world, they will be speaking French. And she's going to be a fashion management and merchandising major in the fall. So I just want to say 119 votes, send it back.
I want to hear all of the input, but for the people who are online, if you are planning to make a public comment, can you please put your name and address in the chat now? We still have, maybe a dozen people here waiting. I want to put a hard stop by 9:30 to get to the online people, because we still have to invite our town partners if they wish to say anything, and we have deliberation as well. So by 9:30, we need to be getting to the online people, but it would really help if we could see how many people online are planning to make a comment. So please put your name and address in the chat now. Please do not wait if you are online hoping to make a comment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charlie Lations. I live at 16 Washington Street and 28 Desmond Ave, both in Manchester. I'm a junior here at the high school. And unfortunately, I don't have like a specific argument because they've all been made. The only thing I'm really up here to do is I just want to remind everyone that the changes on the budget that Ms. Bowen said earlier are not numbers, they're people. It's probably no shock that I support a second vote on this. I think this should be voted on again. I think now that more information is out, like the people of Essex should be able to make the right decision here. I would ask though of everyone that goes to the ballot, well, first of all, vote, please, for the love of God, vote, but also do so thinking of every single student and every single teacher that's come up tonight and that's talked, and also the ones that haven't, because I can promise you that the people that are in this line, the people that spoke, are not even close to everyone who's affected by this budget. It is basically every single person I know in this building would be affected by your vote. And so that's what I want you to think. I want the first thing on your mind when you cast your ballot to be how it will impact the lives and futures of every single person in this district. Because it's not just our future, it's yours as well. So I guess thank you for your time, and go home.
My name is Joanna Sarah. I'm a junior. I live at Manchester. I'm Kate Gaffey. I live at 19 Mullen Road, Essex. Well, I just want to start off by saying, no two students are the same. Like Joanna and I, we're really good friends, but we're very different people. Full disclosure, I don't like them. I don't like it. I'm in robotics, and I like our math teachers. It's just, I never understood math. It doesn't make sense to me. But I joined robotics because, Joanna had asked me to. She started in robotics, and she's like, hey, come with me, I feel lonely. So I joined with her. And it's honestly
I'm so glad I did. Like, I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to be able to like try something new and like something that I honestly would have never picked. Because again, not a mathematician. But I also love the science department and I love our sciences. And like I can't think like Miss Humility enough. I literally love biotech so much. And like it brought like something that I like never thought I could do into my view. And doing ASR this year with Dr. B, like just like exploring new careers and like stuff like new opportunities. And like the arts department, like last year I couldn't fit because I do take French and I love French, but it's always a driving thing in my schedule. And so I couldn't take an art class last year and I went elsewhere, like I went and took one outside of school. But having like a block in my day to be able to just like sit down and do art is so helpful for me. I don't really like public speaking, but I feel like I just, I need to say something. Also, like, I love French. It's like so much happening, no Fortunato, like it's been no revolution. Like she does robotics with me. She's my new blog teacher. I do AP French. So much goes on. So crazy. But I love just like having the opportunity to like have someone to talk to. And I feel like super all of our teachers, like all of our teachers are so there and willing to help us through literally anything. I love it so much. Oh yeah, she's gonna be captain of robotics, by the way. So I just want to talk about other clubs that I do at the school and just programs that I've been in, like biotech was so much fun last year. And we probably see you more than we see our parents. So on some days we are here until super late with robotics. I do not team with Cobb and she just took on that role this year and she's been doing so amazing. It's a super helpful program. I do science team with humility and also I took CAD, I took intro to comp sci, intro to coding, and I took APCS, all with Mr. Carter, and they honestly inspired me so much because I've now decided I want to go into comp sci in the future, and I am very set in that. And I really want to take Python next year, and I just want to take AP Physics too, but right now I don't even know if those will fit in my schedule because like Kate said, I take a lot of my classes, there's only one section, and I mean, this year I had a lot of conflicts with scheduling. But I don't want to take up some time, so the last thing I want to talk about is French, because I've taken French for so long, and it is, honestly, I prefer it over English sometimes. So, I wrote a little thing, and it's in French, but it can translate it after, and I just, if you don't understand it, I just want you to like embrace the language right now, because it's a really cool language, and I love learning about it, and I cannot look at you because I'm gonna cry. Okay. Je remercier tous mes profs, particulièrement mes profs de français. Grâce à eux, je parlais en français avec mes amis, mon frère et ma soeur, et les étrangers et personnes qui ne peuvent pas parler l'anglais. Je peux écouter à la musique française et je peux être au courant avec les actualités dans les autres pays. Il y a 2 semaines, j'ai passé mes examens à paix. Je sais que le nombre d'étudiants qui choisissent le français est un grand argument, mais maintenant, il y a 14 étudiants en la paix français et 15 étudiants en la paix espagnol. J'ai écrit un essai en email et j'ai fait une conversation et une comparaison culturelle tout en français. Je n'ai pensé jamais que je pourrais faire ces choses dans online à part d'anglais, mais je le fais. Mon amour pour la langue française était en forte motivation et il est ce amour et passion qui va être apprécié sans français à l'école. Il y a 6 ans, quand j'ai 11 ans, j'ai commencé mon voyage de français. 6 ans entiers de mon vie de français. Ce voyage était la meilleure expérience de ma vie. Et à cause du français, j'ai créé les mémoires inoubliables. Mon ami retourné dimanche après 4 mois en France. 4 mois en France. S'il n'y avait pas le français dans l'école, on ne pourrait pas aller en France. Il est pour ces raisons qu'on
que nous devons penser à l'école. Je vous remercie pour votre temps. Bonne soirée. Didn't understand her. Hopefully we'll have an opportunity in the future. I want to thank all my teachers, particularly my French teachers, because thanks to them, I can speak in French with my friends, my siblings, and strangers, and people who don't speak English. I can listen to music in French. I can stay up to date with current events in other countries. 2 weeks ago, we took our AP exams. I know that the number of students in French is a concern, but right now there's 14 students in AP French and 15 kids in AP Spanish. Anyways, I wrote an email and an essay, and I also did a conversation and a cultural comparison, all in French. I never thought that I would be able to do these things in any other language than English, but I did. My love for French language has been a strong motivation, and it is this love and passion that would be suppressed without French in school. 6 years ago, when I was 11, I began my French journey. 6 years, the third of my life, with French. This journey has been the best experience of my life, and because of French, I have created unforgettable memories. My friend actually just returned last Sunday after 4 months in France. 4 months in France. If there was a French class in school, she would never have been able to go to France and have this experience. And it is these reasons that we need French in our school. Thank you for your time.
My name is Caroline Chinesky, and I live at 21 Herald Street in Manchester. I've been taking French for 5 years, and I've been in band for 7 years. Both my younger brothers are in band, and it's really important to all of us. It's so important, in fact, that me and one of my brothers take band during the high school study block. So we're giving up our study time to take band, and that's how important it is to us. And I honestly think that we should be giving a lot more funding than we are right now to the music department, but does not cut back on the funding that it already has. Me, my older sister, and one of my brothers take French, and right now my youngest brother isn't going to get the opportunity to take French as well, which he's been looking forward to. And also, I understand that the math department is going to be affected by these cuts, and I just wanted to say that last year, my math class, Josh can attest to, had 3 different teachers, and probably about a month, which is no teachers. And now that we finally have math teachers, we're getting rid of them. So, when I graduate, I want to go into a career in science, and this is because of my amazing experience in freshman biology with Miss Humility. And I'm taking AP chemistry next year because I love chemistry this year, and science is being cut. And I just want you to know that like these programs that are being cut are really important to a lot of people, and they're making a difference in a lot of people's lives. And thank you.
Good evening, Robbie Billsbury, 126 Eastern Avenue in Essex. I taught Spanish and coached sports in the Manchester Essex Regional School District for the past 24 years, which is about half my life. As a member of the World Language Department, which is at risk of losing half of its curriculum with the proposed budget cuts, and also a parent of a 12-year-old who's a middle school student in our district, I would like to implore the school committee to resubmit a fully funded budget to the town of Essex so that the voters of Essex are able to give the kids in our district a fair school budget that continues to simply fund the existing programming in our district. These budget cuts and the snowball effect that this year's depleted budget would have going forward would simply be catastrophic for children in this district like myself to bear. And, you know, definitely now, but especially going forward if things kind of snowball with our budget situation. I think we can think outside of the box. I really have faith in the voters of Essex that they will be able to, if this is reconsidered, and a landslide vote the budget in. I had a lot to say, but it's been said by everybody else. I'm not going to say it, but just the big thing that I want to address is class size. It's come up repeatedly through the course of the budget conversations, the idea of our district's adherence to running some classes which may have under 10 students. The argument is, why does the district run these smaller classes? You can hear the answer to that with every single kid that is talking and saying their magical special experiences that they've had in some of these smaller classes. The simple answer is that our small district has always sought to offer young people access to school program offerings, which meet their varied interests and future career paths. For example, if we eliminated an AP computer programming class, which may have under 10 students in a given year, simply because that off year of a lower enrollment, we would be taking that class option away from the future kids interested in that field of study. Elaine mentioned all the other little, kind of quirky things that happen with a schedule in a small school. If you add eliminating any classes under 10, that's definitely a wrong situation. In my AP Spanish literature class, I have had many years of having 20 to 25 students take the class, but this year coming out of COVID, remote learning, just 5 kids were able to fit the course into their schedules. Next year, though, those numbers have jumped back to 16 students. If we as a new district policy just begin to eliminate these types of courses at our school and the numbers drop below 10, we'll be slowly and steadily removing important program options for our kids. There are lots of voices that have spoken tonight and will continue to speak. I'd like to end by saying if there are people here, then it seems like many of them who have gathered here do support the school districts fully funding their budget. And the amazing opportunities that a fully funded budget gives our kids. And our school committee does indeed allow for Essex to vote on some type of fully funded budget or some type of variation. This is where I kind of turn into the coach. As an Essex resident myself, and just imploring all of us, Manchester and Essex, we have our social groups. We have people that, they're here tonight remotely or in person. We know people that live in Essex. We turn out every single freaking person in Essex to vote for this. I feel like we owe this for this year, and I think we owe this awesome out of the box thinking going forward to find a way, these two communities, I know they both value education. We will find a way to work together and have a stable budget that can last, it just throughout the foreseeable future, so we don't have to do this every single year. Thank you.
My name is Ava Rivenco. I am at 119 Pleasant Street, and I have been shaking all night. Not because I'm nervous of public speaking, even though I am, but because I am scared that everything I love is being taken away from me. I am probably one of the few students at this school who is being affected by every single one of these cuts. I have taken art classes. I take art classes. I have taken and I'm going to take French classes. I take STEM classes. I take everything that is being affected. Not only that, but I'm also captain of the robotics team. We rely on all of the STEM classes that are affected by these budget cuts and more. We are also managed by Ms. Fortunato, a French teacher. And last year, we didn't have a proper teacher to work with us, and we suffered greatly because of it. Most students who are part of robotics also take French, music, and STEM. We all take classes in subjects with teachers that are getting laid off or whose hours are getting cut in half, such as history and math. We already participate in robotics, which gets just enough funding to enroll in the competition, not to build the robot which we need to participate in the first place. And now we're seeing everything else we could participate in get butchered. We feel targeted. But remember, we're not the only people who get affected by these cuts. Last week, there were questions as to who these cuts would affect. I think it's obvious now who it affects. It affects everyone. You're here to represent us, and you have heard us. You have heard how many people want the override and how many people who don't want these cuts. Please, I am begging you, do not take these away.
My name is Kathy McKinnon. The freshman and 5 were Pastor Lane in Essex. I'm not standing here to say anything. My husband wrote a letter. He already stood up tonight. What I do want to say is I'm disappointed in people in my town who have been very vocal on the opposite side of how everyone has expressed themselves online and didn't find themselves here tonight to say things in front of everybody else. To show maybe what we need to find a medium place to grow. And I'm very disappointed that
Ben and Chris are the only people other than our school committee who are still here. From anybody in my town offices. I'm just frustrated and disappointed, and I wanted that to be recorded somewhere. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adrian Kunlund. You heard from my mom, Nadia Wentzler, not too long ago, although it probably feels like ages ago. Around 3 hours, 3 hours, but I live at 10 Woods Hill Road. But I just want to talk about how it affects me and just how I feel. I've been taking part in a variety of subjects affected. I've been doing chorus and have been for many years, and it's been great help to me. I've also been STEM has been throughout all of high school, especially thanks to like Miss Millie, has been part of my livelihood. I've been doing STEM every single day. It's been a major part of my interests. I do robotics. I research biology related subjects all day. I use CAD a lot. And I learned that thanks to the STEM classes we offer here. Another subject that's affected is French, and why maybe a person that takes Spanish and I may hate on French all day, just despite my friends. I must admit, it is really important that we diversify which languages we offer, so we diversify the cultures we introduce our students to. It is a major part in an ever-evolving world that we know about other cultures and we learn about them and we are able to understand them. Another big subject is part of STEM that I wanted to specifically mention is environmental science. We are in a world where we are dealing with climate change. We are seeing the effects of it, and we are seeing that not enough is being done to combat it. And a lot of that is because people are not informed enough about what climate change is, what sustainability is, what environmental science is, what all of this is. And the only way we can change that is by teaching people about what these things are. And with some of these restructuring and some of these cuts, we're losing that. And through that, we're losing that knowledge and we're going to be harming our future. Another area that I think is important is PE in middle school. It's with reductions there and how often it happens increase in class sizes, you are losing out on physical education, you're losing out on fitness. And in the US, we are dealing with an obesity epidemic. In Massachusetts, we have in white adults, which in Manchester and Essex, the large majority are, it's 27.4% obesity rate. And that only gets worse for a lot of other minorities. And in the US in general, the lowest rate is 24.7. And now and the only way we can combat that is by encouraging fitness, encouraging physical education. And if we reduce how often it happens, reduce that aspect, we're going to just see those rates keep on climbing, keep on worsening, and the epidemic's never going to end, and we're going to be, once again, destroying our future. So all in all, what I want to say is, if we don't return to the full budget and we cut these classes, we are going to not only harm people now, but more importantly, we're going to harm the future. Because, and just to end, I want to give a quote by Prince Ye, who spoke at the UN. So he's renowned for the things he says and the values he holds. And one big quote that I really like from him is this: while students may be only 20% of our population, they are 100% of our future. Thank you.
going to even out the sides and do a couple more here and then come here. At the end of the line here, I see one over here and one over here. That's going to be the end of the line here. Currently, I only see one person in the chat to make comment online. If you're online and you'd like to make a comment tonight, please put your name and address in the chat now so that we can plan for that, because after the next couple speakers, we will be closing the chat for further people to sign up. Thank you.
I'm Megan Allington, sorry, can you hear me? Megan Allington, 42 Walker Road in Manchester. I'm going to say a couple things that some people, a lot of the students touched on tonight, but just to bring it together and make a couple specific comments about it. I have a master's in clinical psychology, and my background is working, doing therapy with children in school. And it's my passion, and what I hope to go back to next year. I have 2 kids at Memorial, so I've been doing that. When I see chorus, band, STEM, French, health and wellness as proposed cuts, I just really think like what is left, that is like literally everything, and you've heard it from all these students. And these are areas that are essential to brain development, positive self-worth, social skills, and pathways to other areas of learning. So it doesn't matter if you want to be whatever you want to do in your life, grow up to be, these are like the foundation of it. And I think I heard a lot about like, invest in our future with our children. It's not just our future, it is like their day-to-day life. So if you take, these things are taken away from them, it is a change in their day-to-day life, like instantly. On a normal day, this could be the major source of positive connection, sense of achievement, and creativity that a child's brain needs, any age, in high school, middle school, elementary, which then allows them to go back to class and participate, get their work done, absorb information, study. They go home and participate with their family better. They get good sleep. These are like necessary elements of a child's day. And in doing therapy with, if a kid comes to therapy and they're struggling, one of the first steps to helping them is to help them find a creative outlet, a program or a club or an elective or a group where they're working collaboratively and creatively, connecting with others and having a sense of joy. And research has shown that those creative activities change your brain chemistry positively. It reduces stress. So you've heard everyone mention that, but I just want to make it like really specific. So my concern and fear is that if cuts are made to these programs, there will be many more costs in the future, financially and social, emotionally, for individual kids. So please consider that information. I will email it to you. You'll have my email. So if you want me to do anything else, I will. And thank you very much.
Go ahead, Josh.
Hi, I'm Josh Cohen and I live at 8 Ledgewood Road in Manchester. And my comment is not only directed to the school committee, but also everyone else who is here and proven themselves to be dedicated. So during the past few hours, we've heard a series of incredible speeches. The vast majority, if not every single one of them, are in support of the original budget. All of us here, we are all on the same side. Our goal isn't in here, it's out there. Our goal is to convince the people who voted no to the override or just didn't vote the first time to change their minds and vote yes a second time. All of the speeches presented tonight have been well-written, persuasive, and heartfelt, and they shouldn't end here. Each speech should appear in the physical and digital mailboxes of everyone who can vote in a second override. We have to show even the most casual of voters how much this issue matters to us. I know that we can change their minds.
My name is Diego Sansone. I live at 71 Pleasant Street.
Um, 1 second. I'm only getting emotional because I'm beginning to song. The He was my son. He also is the representative to the school committee. And the reason I get emotional is I think of my own life and so forth, but talking with Diego about this, he's been talking about this for months. In fact, I would say years, because he's been more for 1 year. And building up to this, it was funny because it was no surprise to him, the situation that we were in. And he's a junior. I hear it every month when he comes back from the meetings and in between the meetings. And really, I felt throughout this whole process, the only reason I'm educated is because of him. And I think there's a complete lack of education in regards to the structural issues that happen with this, and also the hard decisions to make. He come and said to me and said, Dad, very simple. There's just a finite number of dollars and they need to be allocated somehow. And it's not if we're going to make cuts, it's which cuts we're going to make. It's not that next year the budget is going to get more expensive, it's by how much. And I think the problem is people look to want to use cliches and sort of managed by cliches and these different things, and that just doesn't work. And one of the things I learned from my son was the difficult job that the school committee has and the administrators have in making these decisions. And the way I look at it is, today we're talking about art, we might be talking about a STEM class here or there, but really, we need to think about this strategically. These are tactical decisions. I think we need to take a step back and look at it. Where do we want to be? What we want the school district to be? What do we want our community to be like? What do we want our children to be like, not just today, but tomorrow and into the future? Because I think, honestly, you cut this, you need to start changing your strategic plan.
Yes. Because
your vision is being diminished every day. So what happens is, even last week, there was rhetoric or there was talk about, let's go back to what the core of the program is, right? What makes us different is all of the extras. It's not the bone. Everyone has a bone, right? But what makes it, what makes us stay good is not the bone, it's the meat. Beyond the meat, it's the grease, it's the fat. Right? What's the most expensive steak? Wide meat. Why? Because the cow's massaged, it's fed, it's nurtured. That's what maybe you should think about our education. And our school committee has a huge problem ahead of them. I'm completely in agreement for to pass the budget as it is now, but it doesn't solve the problem. The breadcrumbs that you're dropping cans over and over again, they're not about the cuts of the art program and those things. It's about the issues that we have. One thing Diego said to me, this is not 2 towns, this is 1 district. This is a bilateral issue that both of our towns have to deal with as one, right? So maybe it's the structural stuff. Why do we vote separately at different times? Maybe we should all vote on the same issues and educate everybody on the same issue. Why? So people don't cite each other or themselves to make some sort of point or stand. And again, today it's about this. But you know what? It'll be about athletics next year, right? Because if you look at making a decision on numbers, Diego's a swimmer, not many kids swim, right? Then it'll be the next sport and the next sport. And then what will we be left with is, again, we're in an affluent community as well, where people, a lot of them have the means to send their kids to a private school. I pride myself on not doing that. Why? Because we have what is like a private school. But those are decisions that I think
we need to look as a community strategically, because these are tactical decisions that every year will just continue to be made. And again, it's finite. Totally understand that. I also disappointed that no one else has come and debated the other side of the coin. And I totally see why someone might say no to it. And if they have good reasons for that. I don't want my taxes infinitely to go up, and they can't. And, you know, all these different things come into play. But again, the one thing that I learned from my son throughout this whole thing is that, again, these issues are not going away. And for us to kick the can for 1 year or 2 years or whatever, it's just gonna make us less competitive, right? We're not gonna be able to maintain and retain. Retention here is not just teachers, it's students, right? So it's the choice of the parents and so forth. We decided to move to this community, moving back, we were living in Brazil from 2009 to 2012. We came back, we exclusively wanted to live somewhere near the shore. We looked at all seaside communities. And then I didn't know much about the area and some of the aspects of what, but I remember talking to my wife and saying, you don't understand, and we talked to a realtor, why does a house in Beverly Farms cost less than a house in Manchester? And they basically said, education. And I'm not talking about the $20 million houses on the water or anything. I live on Pleasant Street. But my house was probably 10 to 20% more expensive than if I would buy it in the town next door. I wouldn't go to Gloucester, right? I didn't want to do that. It was based on education. That's competitive advantage. If we lose those strategic things that will make us different, and what will make us different is not, we're already teaching to the standardized test that it is. It's all these other things that are really going to be the difference. And as a community, we don't value those things. That's okay. But it will have an effect, as the kids said, on our housing, it will have an effect on our competitiveness. And not only that, at the end of the day, what are we going to stand for? So what I view of this is I don't envy your position at all from the school committee because it's a losing proposition. And everybody can pull at all the heartstrings and tell all these beautiful things and why it's important and everything else. Right? I have 2 kids that don't drink soda, basically. They don't eat junk food. Not because I'm a great parent, I'm addicted to all that stuff. It's because Mr. Ricky Man has had a tremendous impact on it. I'm middle-aged, slightly overweight. All right? My kids are not, right? But I attribute those things. So again, health class, is that a nice to have? Yeah, you could argue that, right? Sports, very important. PE, absolutely. Those are all things that, again, my wife just got a master's degree in social work. She's working on the psych floor at Selleck Hospital. They don't have enough rooms to have all the kids that have issues. This generation is living a reality that no one else has. And those things that give mental health, such as nutrition, exercise, enjoyment, we're taking those things away from kids that are fundamental to thriving. And again, think of like what we want our community to be. We want to be seen as a Renaissance school or just as a school that is poor. I don't think that that's what we want for our kids. I don't think that that's what our kids want for themselves. But these are strategic decisions. These are not tactical things. There's not enough nickel and diming you can do to solve this problem. And that's another realization for the armchair quarterbacks on Monday after the meeting or whatever to really understand. And for that, that's our responsibility as citizens and community members to educate ourselves. It's not an easy situation to be in. I don't think it's, people like to even say, think outside the box, be creative. It's more than that. It's about making hard decisions of what we want to do. And I implore that if we do make these cuts, if we make these things, reevaluate what our strategic plan is, because what our aspiration has to match our action. And if they don't, that's fine, but then change that vision because it's not going to match.
There's one more in-person speaker here, but there are very few perks I get to have as chair of this committee, and it's been a lot of hours this year. And as I sit here with 4 giant bags of candy in front of me in reference to the health education, I'm just going to take this opportunity, because I've had a lot of sugar tonight, to say that Diego has represented the student body incredibly well. With that, that's how informed he is. As chair, one of the opportunities I get is to meet with the Student Advisory Council each month, and it is impressive in the extreme, the understanding and the effort to learn and to share that knowledge with others that we get to see from him. So thank you for your service. I think we have 2 names and addresses in the chat, so I hope you will stay, the people who are online and still here, to hear the closing of this. Go ahead.
I don't know if you can. So first, I just wanted to say that, Annie Cameron, Essex, 23 Pickering Street. Former school committee. I do want to just say a couple things. First of all, I want to tell Pam and Abby how much I trust you and how much I value your leadership. Great leaders to me and great colleagues, and now you're my friends, and I miss being with you, but I really don't want to be there now. But it's been a really great meeting. I think we learned a lot that maybe we've never had the opportunity to hear, because we've heard a lot from a lot of teachers and about their successes, and that was really just a great thing to hear. I do want to be practical, and I want to talk about what the next steps are. And I wonder if you could pull up that slide that you showed, Pam, because I didn't have my glasses on and I didn't see it. But it was the slide that you had kind of pulled together for tonight. And I apologize if that. I gotta find it. It's confusing, but. Oh, yeah. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Near the back.
What page is it?
Go to the back.
It's there at the super. No, it's like a slide for tonight.
The comprehensive budget.
I thought it was this page. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the possibility of reserve. Someone had mentioned reserves. And I am, I think Neville Chamberlain is an teaser. I'm kind of the person who tries to find a middle ground and then trying to find a way through. And I think so. Is there an opportunity to use reserves for some portion of this repeating program? You know, I think a lot of people spoke to the value of our program tonight. My kids have all benefited from this robust program, and I would like my other kids to continue with that. But, you know, what can we do with some reserve use, with some cuts? You know, it's a big pill to swallow. But E&D, small caps, late bus, I mean, I'm just trying to think about the things that don't have an impact on the program. And I know that that's kind of the conversation that you guys have to have. But, you know, there's a risk there, right? You know, you use some reserve this year, that puts you further back next year. You know, do you want to take the risk that, you know, you can start campaigning now for next year? I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we would be talking about if I was at the table with you. And I know that, you know, there here certified school committee and other boards that kind of would, I think, consider that as well. So again, I'm just trying to say I would like to retain the program, cut the stuff that we can that doesn't affect kids directly. It all affects kids directly, but I'm just saying, I think you should think about if there is, you know, we're looking at a compromised budget, using some reserves. And I always do that, but I'm worried about using too much of the reserves. But, Sarah Malish did make a remark that about, reserve use and the risk to borrow. And honestly, I don't think Essex Elementary is gonna be coming out in the next couple of years. I know that that's sort of popular thing to say, but I think there's a lot of schools that need to be rebuilt. So I don't know how soon Essex will be taken up by this school building, authority. But anyway, thank you, sorry.
Well, I guess two things, and I know responding to public comment isn't necessarily what we want to do, but we were trying to listen, but I do just want to comment on the concept of compromise. I think we're trying to show one that minimizes impact. But to Diego's comments, this is the beginning of we are in the second to third year of the decline. So we can pick the ones that have the least impact, but everything has an impact. And I said many times on the 16th, I support the 321 budget. I have a responsibility to come up with a package that I think closes the gap if we aren't able to get other resources. So we've got one that's all cuts, we've got one that's a compromise, and we've got one that is a full endorsement of the first budget. So I don't want to mislead anyone into thinking that this doesn't begin a process of decline if we don't have a long-term solution. And I fully agree that if we can't align the vision of where the district wants to be and align the vision of what funding that district looks like, then we are going to have to rethink where we want to be and what we want to be in the next few years. I think that is what we're trying to signal. Maybe we've done a poor job of articulating that, but this isn't a 1 year situation. It's not a value statement on any program or any ramification of a cut, but it's a set of hard decisions that start as targeted. But the next level we'll be looking at is reductions of just straight math, straight English, straight social studies. And that's just teacher out, class size up. And they'll be death by 1,000 cuts is exactly the phraseology I would use. In the moment, they'll feel like the best possible thing, but there'll be cumulative decline over time. Compromise budget tries to give us one more crack at a bigger solution next year. The reserves question, I spent some time on it in 5/16, so if you were there or watched it, we're not trying to, just keep an account online. We have what we've assessed to be some significant obligations financially. Annie, it's anybody's guess if the MSBA is going to pick up the building and if the two towns are going to support going forward with the building. If they don't, the latest report has $7 million in obligations to keep that thing alive for the next, 5 to 10 years. I don't know where that money comes from if it isn't in part backstopped by an account where we can act on emergencies as they arrive. We may not all be in agreement, but we would be poor stewards of the dollar if we weren't declaring this and saying that we think it's wise to have available resources to manage it. The field replacement isn't a topic for tonight, but that's another debit against that account at this point because we haven't settled financing, and that doesn't even account for a regular 5-year maintenance plan. So again, there's a compromise. Annie, thank you for the question, and this is just a brief snapshot of where we are with available resources and why continual use of them in the operating is just another drawdown against them. So it feels like a big account, but if you take the encumbrances against them, we're really looking at 5 years out. If we don't deal with any of the $7 million in issues at Essex, we're hoping that we get caught up in MSBA and it gets approved. We have 400,000 just in known costs right now and 7 million in liabilities hanging out there, not to mention unknown that could happen. For example, when COVID hit, our reserves is what allowed us to mobilize quickly, get the technology in the hands of the people that were needed, and staff up for the hybrid. That came at no cost to either town. We funded it completely through reserves, reimbursed those accounts from grant dollars that came in from the state, and our town supported sending some of those grant dollars to us. That's an example of something we never thought was coming. But then we were very lucky to have resources when other schools didn't to act quickly.
Okay, moving to online. I think I only saw a couple, but I know I saw Nina McKinnon was the first one I saw. Nina, would you unmute yourself? I'm going back in the chat to find, yep, Nina was the first one I see.
Teresa, Nina had to drop off.
Wow, that was loud, Ruth. You don't know that at home, but it was really loud. Okay, Nina had to drop off. Okay, thank you. So Ruth, do you want to speak in her stead, or do you want to wait until we invite the town boards to speak at the end?
I'm going to wait until the town board speak.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, so the other one I saw. Carrie McDonald Shaw. Are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. My name is Carrie McDonald Schaub. I live at 4 Cathedral Avenue in Rockport. Next year will be my 40th year in the field of education. I have been a reading and ELA teacher in the middle school Earl program for the past 11 years. And I can truly say being an educator in Manchester, Essex has been the privilege of a lifetime. That being said, since I started teaching at Manchester, Essex, I have witnessed how budget cuts have far-reaching consequences into the future to the dissolution of the middle school, high school library. We went from a full-time librarian to a part-time librarian to no librarian. Without a librarian, access to books is limited, and furthermore, new books are no longer ordered for the library. As an educator and reading teacher, I view the library as the heart of every school. The fact that the middle school, high school no longer has a fully functioning library is heartbreaking, and the reason for this loss was the need to control past budgets. These were not easy decisions for Pam and Avi. They had to make concessions. In my opinion, literature contributes to empathetic global citizens, responsible collaborators, critical thinkers, effective communicators, personal accountability, social emotional awareness, and innovation and creativity. The vision we hold for our graduates. In my humble opinion, Manchester Essex Regional School District should be looking to increase the budget so that Manchester Essex can bring back essential services like a full-time librarian and classes that were not lost during previous cuts. Speaking of the power of books, this year my 6th grade class read the novel The Breadwinner, a story about the war in Afghanistan and the consequences of that war on the lives of Afghani people. The one area that my students discuss over and over again is the fact that girls are no longer able to receive an education. They cannot fathom a world where they cannot go to school. School, a place to gather as a community, a place to learn, a place to thrive, and a place that offers diverse learning experiences where they can realize their hopes and dreams to reach their fullest potential. I, as a teacher, cannot fathom cutting any items that directly affect schools from the budget. Education is the foundation upon which our society is built. It is the key that unlocks doors of opportunity for our children, empowering them to reach their full potential. As teachers, we witness the transformative power of education every day. We see the spark of curiosity in our students' eyes and their hunger for knowledge. It is our duty to nourish that curiosity and fuel their aspirations. In conclusion, I implore each member of the school committee and citizens of both towns to consider the long-term consequences of budget cuts on our students, teachers, and community. Our children deserve the best education we can offer, and it is our responsibility to provide them with the necessary resources to succeed. By passing the school budget without cuts, we demonstrate our unwavering commitment to our students' future and ensure that they have the tools to become the leaders, innovators, and change makers of tomorrow. Thank you for your time and for considering the profound impact your decision will have on the lives of countless students and educators in our district. Together, let us stand for the power of education and invest in a brighter tomorrow. Let's make our schools the very best they can be for all of our children. Thank you.
Carrie, if you haven't done so already, if you could please remute your screen. At this time, I would like to invite, seeing no other members of the public having put their name and address in the chat, I would like to invite any members of town boards online to speak. So that would be Essex Board of Selectmen, Essex Finance Committee, Manchester Board of Selectmen, Manchester Finance Committee. If you are online and would like to speak at this time, please do so, and then we'll take board's comment in person. Anyone online? Ruth, if you can hear me, this is now.
Teresa, I hear you. Ben and I are texting. Actually, he was going to speak next, so I was waiting for Ben.
Okay, so is he going to speak in your behalf? We're taking the online versions right now.
Sure. After, yeah, let's let Ben speak.
Okay. Sure.
So Ben Buttrick, Essex Finance Committee. I will try and present a more balanced for the benefit of everyone here, because I think, it's easy to kind of look at this as sort of a binary decision. And it's quite complicated in terms of what's being weighed out. And as a finance committee member, we're trying to balance the financial health of the town with, the school budget. I mean, just for the record, personally, I'm in favor of the override. I support the override. When I look at the town budget expense items, I do think of the district as an investment and versus an expense item. But I think there's a reality here that, we have had in the town of Essex a substantial tax burden over the last 5 years. Through combination of, starting with the Memorial School here, the debt override, we have the public safety building override, and then over the course of the last, 3 and 4 years, we've been on the other side of apportionment. And so I do think that, there is the voices, we've heard the voices from the no voters, and I think it comes from tax fatigue, and that's certainly an understandable viewpoint. So, we're threading a needle here, and I think that from a political standpoint, I would encourage, as Annie said, to look at a compromise budget, because I think, if you look at either the full cuts package or keep the exact same budget, I think that the keeping the same budget, we have to remember that there were a majority of voters in the town of Essex, that voted no. So I think those voices need to be heard. I also think another critical piece here, and this has been referenced tonight, is the apportionment. That has been a real challenge for a small town, in that the school budget is 50%, over 50% of our town's budget. And, we've been looking at 4%, even last year, which was not an override. For the town of Essex, the school budget was 4.4, and that's half of our budget, and we have Proposition 2.5. So it is, it's not an easy solution. And I think that looking at some sort of a compromise along with the longer term issue of addressing apportionment, I think are the two factors. I think the apportionment one is more longer term. We're here now for a shorter term issue, which is solving for fiscal 24. But I'm also sensitive to, what Pam said about there's a certain element of when the genie comes out of the bottle, it's hard to put it back in terms of, trying to turn around a cuts scenario. So I think I would encourage the school committee that as you deliberate and come back with a reconsidered budget, to, not, to try and find a middle ground. The other thing that I would say is that the Essex Finance Committee did meet yesterday. Some of you were there. No one was in support of a full cut scenario in terms of the 781. Basically, we were, there was support both for keeping the budget as is, And then there was a slight majority of a compromise scenario. So that, I mean, that I can report out. So, that's no thing. It's not easy.
No, it's not. Thank you, Ben. It's not easy to get a believable person saying those hard truths. Is there anyone else online from our town boards that would like to speak? That is able to. Okay, anyone in person from our town boards or committees that would like to speak?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. Okay, fair enough. Then with that, we will close the public comment section of this evening and finish with any thoughts that we have. As a reminder, our committee will be meeting on June 6th. We'll continue to take input. That's 2 weeks from now. We'll continue to take input, and the bulk of our meeting on June 6th is really going to be deliberation about this. We'll have the auditor's report, and we will have a lot of deliberation, and we will take a vote at the June 6th meeting on what form of budget we're going to send out to the towns to move forward with. So does anyone on the committee wish to share anything or discuss anything at this time based on what we've taken in tonight? If you'd like to, now's the time.
I have a question, and it's something that maybe, Ben, you can give us some feedback on.
We need the microphone.
Yeah, we need to give you the mic. Yeah, it's good.
I guess, I view our job right now as solving a problem, and it's an ongoing budget problem. I think that we all know that. And that there are two solutions in my mind to solving the problem. One would be an override so that we can fund the growth that is natural in the district. I think that we've all agreed that the spending growth is not out of proportion, and in fact is a good value to our towns. So in my mind, the two solutions are either an override that allows us to sustain that growth, or cuts that limit the growth of the district. I guess my concern is that I don't see a compromised budget as solving that problem. I see two solutions to the problem. I don't know if I'm missing something. I'm sure that lots of people will email me and tell me if I am. Please do. But if I only see two solutions that actually solve the problem. The rest of the idea of this compromise, to me, just seems like kicking the can down the road again, which is what we have done every year, and the problem keeps getting worse because our growth continues to exceed the 2.5 levy limit, but it does not exceed comparable growth in comparable districts.
Anyone else? We can pass this mic around back.
I'll say something.
Sure.
This is the
Welcome
microphone
aboard.
in my neighborhood here. So I've been on the school committee for less than a week. I will say that I've been on the zoning board for about 6 years and I've never shed a tear, and I've been to 2 school committee meetings, and I feel like I'm holding back tears. Both, for the entire duration of these meetings. So I just want to acknowledge the students and the teachers who stood up for each other tonight. These people are really dialed into their education and into their relationships with each other. And it was really inspiring to see that. And, parents, you should be proud of your kids. And, for me as a resident here, I'm very proud to see that. So I just want to acknowledge the students and the teachers who spoke up tonight, and also the parents as well. Thank you very much.
Like to say anything, or should we just keep passing it down?
It was sort of a question.
Yeah.
Sure. Just to expand on what I was saying before, I mean, I think the challenge with a compromised budget is it still requires an override in the town of Essex. So the full budget package of 781 would get the budget down to the point of not requiring an override. But even if you're $1, above that, it still requires an override. So that is a challenge. The other thing, and not to get too technical, but just in terms of the tax levy in Essex, we're using excess capacity from past years of 435,000. We could actually increase, we could increase the tax levy beyond the current Prop 2.5 by using past year's capacity, and our town accountant could explain this more technically. But my point is taxes are still gonna go up, even if that full cuts package went through because of the use of excess capacity. So either way, it creates messiness for sort of both sides. That's why I don't think of it as sort of a binary issue. I think of it as we have to kind of navigate this in the way that we're gonna sort of be able to sort of appease both sides. Like, I don't want to see the budget, I don't want to see all those cuts personally, but I also, again, as I was saying, I'm sensitive to the taxpayers of Essex, but even if you did those full cuts, you still have an increase because that's sort of a structural issue within the counties. So not a clean answer.
Can I ask a follow-up, Ben, and not to put you on the spot? But if we came in with the compromise
Can you
budget,
turn the mic on?
if we came in with the compromise budget and it was, the committee agreed to put in excess and deficiency funds of 252, we're estimating a $915,000 problem to start next year. Where does that put Essex in terms of being able to raise the funds for next year's growth? Even if we kept 250 flat or pulled it out, like, where is Essex to start next year? We know where we are. We're another $1 million cut package or reserves to stave it off. So it would help this committee, I think, to have some sense of what the long-term thinking is from Essex on how it's going to, what it's going to need in the future. Because I do think, again, with Colin Diego's point, this is we're getting into the hard part of the cycle. We've taken cuts in the last 3 years that have all been attrition based. So a teacher retires, we reduce a classroom at the elementary. At that grade level, class size goes up to 22. We're in benchmark, people don't love it, we get some calls, but people live with it. And we've done that year over year. We're running out of attrition and we're running out of quiet places to cut. The cuts are so quiet, Essex has told us several times this year, you haven't made any cuts. Well, we have, we've cut 7 or 8 positions over the past 3 or 4 years. So we've been working very hard to be good partners and to find a solution. But I'm fearful that we are on what we need a solution to is what do we want to be as a district? We put out what we heard from our constituents last year, the year before through a strategic plan. It's ambitious. And if if it can't be that, then we need to know and we need to be honest with the people, and then our work changes quite a bit.
Yeah, no, I understand. We can certainly follow up to that question about the position next year.
Anyone down here want to say things?
No, it's like.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
Allows here.
that we were past.
I would just like to thank everyone that did come up and speak tonight. I can't say that I'm surprised in any way that there were so many people that came in support of our school district. What is surprising and personally really frustrating to me is that we didn't have anyone come on that opposite side, as Teresa had mentioned before. It is personally extremely frustrating to me because I wanted to hear the opinion of the voters that showed up and asked us to go through this process. So that's unfortunate, but I've thought about that, spent probably way too much time thinking about this over the past couple of weeks. So I just simply want to let you know that you've been heard, and I kind of expected this type of crowd tonight. So thank you very much for your time. You have been heard, and we all appreciate it. I can guarantee that. Thanks.
Um, well, first I want to say that as a Chinese speaker, of course, I support foreign language. Keep the French, I want to add Chinese. But also, I also play D1 in music. I played the trumpet competitively in high school. So I get how important this, performance arts and foreign language to the kids. I mean, you shaped me who I am today. I'm a very successful CFO, and a lot of it's because of the discipline and the creative thinking that you really taught me from the performance art and music. That being said, if I were to put on my CFO hat, we taught you well, Diego, and Diego's dad. You guys are exactly right. Even if we were to pass to the second vote, we are going to be back here again next year. So there's fundamental structure issues, operational issues, physical issues that we need to solve through. And this is not new. A year ago, we knew this was going to come. But here we are. So I actually will be the first one as a school committee member to apologize. I feel like I didn't do my job to prevent this from happening. But we have so much work to do ahead of us, so we don't come back here again. It's not like the Ben was saying, it's not as simple as that. We are two towns together. We are two towns finances together. And, we talk about the reserves, we talk about, the programming. Everybody is right. But the thing is, we just need to figure out how we can make this work between the three towns, between the three town finances, so we can make the least impactful, adjustments, maybe not even cuts, but, do what we can to keep our good education. I have 3 kids in the school district right now, and we moved here because of school. So there's no question about that. I want more. But we do need to stabilize our relationship, our communication, our trust between the two towns. I mean, just in the past 2 weeks, I see all the division between the two towns. It's not Essex fault that the 500 people that voted no. I talked to some of those people, they actually want the better school too. They want good education. But I totally understand, if I were to look at it from the CFO hat, I can see why there's structural issue and physical issue. And that's something that we have to solve. Otherwise, we'll be here every year, and this is so painful for everybody, for our kids too. So bear with us. I am committed myself to help to solve this situation because we have to get this done. Thank you.
So thank you all for being here and for your contributions. I don't think there's a higher signal of the impact of education in our schools and the passion and dedication that we heard tonight. So thank you all. To me, the decision that we have in front of us is really about the next 3 to 5 years and beyond. Our situation is not just about the schools, right? Worries are brewing about the economy, its impact on individuals, interest rates are rising, inflation's hit every section of our economy. Seems like there's kind of announcements about major layoffs and major companies all the time now. So I think that's causing a lot of worry. We are largely locally funded here in Massachusetts, our school districts, with some support from Chapter 70 and other school-specific state funding, but not enough to cushion or avoid a Proposition 2.5 override on occasion. We have managed our town and district budgets for years without the need for that. And that's a pretty remarkable achievement. Somebody spoke up in our town meeting in Essex about that point. And I think that's worth reminding ourselves about. And that's counter to most other districts in the state. They've had more frequent overrides for schools and town budgets. But as a result of not having that, both the districts and our towns have had to squeeze services and programs as funding gets tighter and tighter. Our housing prices continue to rise, cost of living in town continues to rise. Seems like the number of capital projects we have for aging infrastructure is always present. And so we have a lot of competing demands on this funding. And that's not going to change in the next couple of years. So everybody has repeated the fact that we are going to be back here soon, whether it's next year or the next couple of years. it certainly seems to be the case that we are going to be wrestling with this challenge for a while, no matter what we do this year. So I'm very thankful for everyone who submitted comment. It's helped convey a strong sense of support for our teachers and students. It reflects an understanding that the quality of our schools is only possible because of our dedicated teachers, our paraprofessional staff and administrators. I'm a lifelong educator. I know how valuable excellent teachers are. I know how hard it is to be an educator right now. So I appreciate you all being here, being with our students, and for the work you do. I too was hoping to hear more voices from the other perspective. I'm personally not surprised that they're not here. This in function was set up as kind of kick the hornet's nest, and I use that purposefully. And so I think we need to do better to enable those voices, because it is important that we hear those perspectives, because solving the problem requires us to mediate those two perspectives, not override one over the other. And so I think we need to do better to invite those voices in and to convey what those voices are saying. So to me, even though I haven't had many people talk to me from that perspective, I have been listening to that. So the way I hear it, my understanding of that perspective, first of all, they're all very clear that they do support education, right? This is not an anti-education effort. And it's also important that we recognize that both people in Essex and Manchester have voted against school-based funding, whether it's for the override or fields. So it's not unique to one town or the other. We're all here because we want our students to have an excellent education. We feel we have an excellent education because we've had it in the past, and we feel like we have it now. The question that seems to be on the table is, what does that look like in the future? And so part of what I hear as the alternative voice here is that we are being asked to make sure that we have significantly vetted the budget that we send to the towns to consider. And my experience on my 1 year here on the school committee is that we do not yet, as a school committee, have a mechanism to look into the school district. We were almost exclusively focused outward. And so we need to do a better job of looking in to understand the implications of these votes, to understand and be able to support proposals that come up and not have to do that in kind of in the moment, as we've been doing this past month. So I'll say that, from my perspective, I have seen that we have indeed been making program reductions, particularly at the elementary school for the past number of years, without a real perception of impacting the quality or excellence of our program. We are now turning more to middle and high school because that's where the opportunity is to find those efficiencies and potential reductions. And that's going to make it even more visible, I think. So anyone who's heard my comments the past year or even before then know that I am a strong proponent of innovation in education, because I think the world is changing so fast that we owe it to our students to prepare them for that changing world. We cannot continue traditional programming and expect students to be prepared for a completely different world. So we need the support of everybody in order to make that happen, and our strategic plan sets us up to do that. But we need to be able to act on that. And these types of cuts that have been proposed are not strategic, and they won't get us there. So we need to think differently, and I appreciate everybody who spoke to that. So to summarize, this is a long-term issue we're all going to have to engage with, and we all need to figure out how to have these conversations on a more regular basis, not just when it comes to this crisis moment. And I appreciate you all being participants in this conversation and hope that it continues going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to be brief. I really came here tonight to hear from all of you, and I think everybody's probably ready to go home. So I will say, the budget cuts package that we were presented with at our last meeting was devastating. Of course, it's devastating for all the reasons everybody articulated tonight. Like others have said, I'm most disappointed not to have heard from some people who were opposed to the override, because the only way we can get past this is to better understand the problem. The best I've heard it articulated to this point is that the concern is really focused on our lower enrollment classes, which, as Pam has explained, is why the specific sections were chosen that she presented in the cuts package. You know, I have high school students. I'm actually the only one, I think, up here who does. So I really appreciate, because I've seen high school schedules come across my plate as a parent, how hard it is to work sections into a schedule, how hard it is to get the electives you want. I'm not sure that's clear to everyone, and I hope that there are people listening tonight who could better understand why we have smaller sections. We have smaller sections because students need opportunities and choices. And because schedules don't, I mean, Ms. Polk spoke to it very well, the way schedules don't work exactly perfectly to distribute kids across courses evenly. But right now, I'm preaching to the choir. I know all of you know this, but what I really wanted to say is I do hope that there's a little bit more dialogue from the people that maybe think that we're holding on to sections that only have 5 kids for different reasons. I just don't think that's the case. This totally separate point I want to mention, when we still have some FinCon people in the room, is whether there is any way to look at, this is a conversation for another day, so I'm just gonna put it out there and we can take it up at another time. But the issue of the fields has come up time and again. There's a lot of different voices and a lot of different proposals. But if we were to shift some of the funding for the fields to our reserves, would there be any room anywhere in Essex budget not to have to put the override, put all of the operating budget to the override? I mean, could some money that might have been used to help fund fields be used to help fund and not require an override? Because this all goes to my biggest concern about a compromise. I'm not being as brief as I said, but my biggest concern about a compromise, which I would entertain if it doesn't have an impact on programming. Of course, we should take efficiencies where we can, but who knows what it's going to bring? We go back to the voting box. I mean, what's the magic number? When 281 was not the magic number, is it 270? Is it 100? We don't know. I don't know how to design something that will necessarily achieve the result we want. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a path forward that doesn't require full cuts, but also doesn't require that we need to go back to the uncertainty of the ballot box.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh. They smartly turned it off to pass it down the line. Thank you all. So, it's been a night. Just a few points of clarification from my perspective. A couple things that I've heard tonight, starting with our first comment, the combined message from the boards from Manchester, and things that we've also heard in the past. We want the district to look for revenue streams. We want to look at athletics as an issue. We want to have increased transparency. We want to understand better how this all comes to be. This is my 4th budget cycle that I've been active in, because I was paying very close attention that year before, just before I was elected. This is a pattern. This is predictable. It's all the right questions, but also it's the same questions every time. So what that tells me is that we're either not getting across very well that, you know, here's why we do what we do. Here are things that, yes, if we have a little bit of time and energy, that we can have some stability in the budget for a year or two so that we can explore these other avenues. We're not selling that well enough, perhaps. But this is a predictable pattern that I have noticed, and it's understandable because we go through it and we're all collaborative and we're all really on the same team for a lot of months, and then stuff starts to get tight. And then we have to actually start putting our names on decisions, and we have to actually be behind these hard choices. And nobody wants this cuts package, I don't think. Actually, I think I have heard from a specific few people who actually do want this cuts package, so I should be really clear about that. There are some people that want the district reduced from what it is to a lower amount. Not because they hate kids or education, but because they specifically want that as a target. And I have heard from those people directly, not just in other meetings or through social media. But this is what we go through each year. And so my main concern right now is that if we keep doing the same thing over and over, we're going to get the same result. And it's not that it hasn't been tried in different ways, in different conversations, in different formats, in different everything. We've got a rotating cast of characters when we talk about elected positions here, but we have two who are not rotating. And we have town administrators who don't rotate either. And so we do have a core group of people who have seen this repeatedly and understand how this works. And so for me moving forward, just in this budget cycle, we have tried to go through a lot of this, offered the workshop to the town leadership about understanding scheduling and things like that. But we just had a lot of distractions. On top of that, this has been a really full year for the administration and the committee. Negotiating the teacher contract that we weren't able to negotiate in the previous year took up an enormous amount of time and energy, especially for our committee who, thankfully, we had two people working really hard on it as our negotiation subcommittee, and of course, Pam and Avi and others, and the teachers who really came to the table. But that's an enormous undertaking. And that was a major part of this year. On top of that, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Somebody wave your arms so we can have the lights back. I'll finish up, but it's my turn to talk.
Are they on a timer?
They're probably on a timer. Oh, you can stay here. That's nice. That's nice. Thanks, Carlos. So I guess my point in all of this is to say, if we keep doing the same things, even if we do it in a different way or whatnot, we have to actually solve the problem. This is what cuts look like when we have to reduce $781,000 from the budget. It looks like this. We don't like it. It's not about trying to get small revenue streams or increase user fees and things. This is what that looks like. And if I have to put my name on it, I have to put my name on it. I won't be proud to do it and I won't be happy to do it, but this is what that looks like. So we can either, at this point, we have to be looking years out, but we also have some real concrete next steps here. And for me, my decision between now, or my contemplation between now and June 6th, when we deliberate again, is do I wish to entertain this compromise package, which by the way, does not require an additional override? Because this kicks that can down the road. And I'm not saying I won't support it, but this kicks the can down the road by using $252,000 of our reserves, which is precisely what we spent this entire year saying, this is the year we do a correction. We built up for 3 years. We're doing the correction this year. This is what this is. The override failed. The correction is we don't use reserves for our operating budget. So the question is, in my mind, is that something that we can take on? Do we have confidence that our two towns can actually come together and revisit apportionment if that's going to be a long-term thing, or at least have a conversation and come to understanding about it? Are we going to be able to look at all of these choices of transparency and these other issues that it seems like right now a small number of louder voices have an outsized influence about? But that doesn't mean that everybody's not concerned about those things when we actually care, when things are on the chopping block. So for me, the benefit of this compromise budget is the stipulation that we have a mediated or a third-party assistance with our budget process moving forward. Because the biggest thing I have seen in the last 3 years, starting my 4th now, is that we have two towns with understandably, but definitely differing viewpoints on the role of the district, how to manage the district, how the budget should be handled within the district. And we need the two towns to come together in agreement that there's just no way around that if we're going to move forward. And so that's the contemplation I have between now and June 6th, is I want to understand better from our two towns leaders what we're going to do to bridge that gap. We're here and representing, and yes, we're part of the conversation, but we need our towns to understand each other better. And that's got to happen. I know every single one of us will do our part. If I had a nickel for every conversation or front porch meetup or phone call or email that I've had in the past 3 years, it'd be a lot of nickels. And we could fund this override, folks. But it can't just be us. This has to be on a bigger scale, and we may need some help doing it. So that's something that we can do moving forward. I just want to thank everyone for being here tonight. It's been a long night, and we've done what we can, and now it's up to us to continue moving forward. Keep sending your input. Pam, Robbie, do you wish to say anything? Thank you. Then with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a motion? Someone moved it. Who moved it? Erica moved it. Kate seconded. All in favor? Thank you. It is 10:32. We are adjourned. Can we save that chat before we close?